Hello. Trying to get this lighting set. How are we doing? A little bit off. Hold on. Try to make that a little bit warmer. What is going on, Twitch? Good evening to you. From Los Angeles. My name is Philip Stokes, and should not give you my last name, but it's okay. I believe it's elsewhere on my page. It doesn't matter. My name is Philip. I'm a certified flight instructor down here in Los Angeles, and I wanted to say thank you so much for joining me tonight in this Twitch stream session. I'm very much enjoying my time. Relatively new to Twitch. I've been twitching now for it's my third month going into it, and been loving bringing this like ground school and simulator stuff to the Twitch streaming space. Very much enjoying it. I love flight instruction, and I love giving ground instruction. So, you know, for those of you that are watching this that are flight training students, you'll know that, from experience that 60 to 70% of learning how to fly an airplane does not take place in the cockpit of an airplane. It takes place on the ground, in the classroom. And that's where all the important decision making habits can be formed, and that's why I love teaching it, and that's why I'm loving my time, bringing that to Twitch and bringing this ground school and sim sessions here. We're gonna discuss some ground topics tonight. Tonight is IFR Tuesday. Trying to bring general aviation education to Twitch Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And gonna start opening it up on Friday for a fighter pilot Friday in DCS. So that'll be something completely separate, but educational nonetheless. It's gonna be really great. Zach, what's going on? So I'm really enjoying that. And before we get going, I am wearing the krakkitten t-shirt. It's the Kraken, but it's a kitten. Super adorable. And I'm just going to give the room a couple of minutes for folks to come in. I'm going to make I'm going to pour some coffee, and I'm going to be right back. We have, it is an original one, dude. It is an original one. Let's see here. Yeah, I love it, dude. There's actually there's a more, I've seen a couple of versions of this. And I really like this one. My girlfriend got me this, so yeah, she's phenomenal. But I will be right back. I'm gonna make I'm gonna heat up some coffee real quick, and I'm really excited for tonight. When I get back in just like a minute or so, we have a discussion that I've been wanting to do for a while, and it's something that I don't have a PowerPoint for. I don't really need one, but I very much want to make one, and that is to break down a discussion, a more of a comparison really of the similarities and the differences of the terminal procedures, that being the airport information, airport diagram stuff, departure procedure information, arrivals and approaches information, alternate weather information. When you are IFR and you're researching these things and planning your descent, your departure or your approach, or you're gathering information about your airport, it's important to know where to go. Where do you go for alternate weather information? And the FAA, it's a comparison of those terminal procedures depicted by the FAA versus Jeppesen. And this isn't any debate on which is better. I believe Jeppesen is better, but this is just about familiarization of what are we looking for? What are we looking at when we are looking at these procedures? And where can we find the same information if they're in very different places? Where can we find the same information in both formats? And then you can choose for yourself what you like. This is an invaluable ground session and an invaluable discussion, because a lot of flight sim users are using Navigraph, and Navigraph is by standard Jeppesen procedures, Jeppesen terminal procedures, and that's phenomenal, you know. But if you are undergoing flight training, or you are, you know, using a tablet for your flight sim that you've linked up, you know, whether it's an iPad or an Android or whatever tablet that you've synced up with um, X-Plane or Microsoft Flight Sim, and you do not have a Navigraph subscription, you're probably using the FAA, you know, and or maybe you're going through flight training and, you know, you're watching this channel because of that, or maybe you're doing flight sim training as well and you don't have a Navigraph subscription. You're doing your flight training. You're probably using FAA at first, and certainly your flight instructor is more likely than not going to introduce you to these terminal procedures in your instrument training from the FAA. They're not going to go out of the gate showing you Jeppesen stuff, mostly because it's an additional cost to them. They probably don't use Jeppesen themselves. You know, a lot of flight instructors do not know how to use Jeppesen. So I know I'm relatively new to Jeppesen, but I've used them enough in a variety of aircraft, jets, turboprop airplanes, and the sim, of course. But I've also used it in my real life flight instruction, my real life flying, single pilot IMC, you know, high performance flying for sure in real life, to know where everything is at and to be able to at least have a, you know, a basic discussion on where these things are. And so looking forward to it. So I'm going to let some people trickle in, and I will be right back. And Zach, let me know if you have the questions too. I'll open up the Discord, by the way. Like, you know, if at any time you have a question, you can just let me know that you want to hop on the voice chat and actually ask me certain things. Like you're at I know I've told you this before, you know, but I just want to make sure that you're aware. Like at any time, like let me know. Okay, so I'll be right back. Got to get out of Tangle's way. There you go. right. We got the goods. All right. So yeah, just once again, so we're gonna the plan here is to discuss this FAA Jeppesen comparison, and then we'll hop in the sim and we'll actually go utilize these charts. We'll go in X-plane. We'll fly IFR. It's kind of why I wanted to do this a little bit early. I wanted to make sure to get into X-plane utilizing Pilot Edge before they close at 11. So I think we're doing good on time. Shouldn't be a long conversation at all, really. Should be good. Now, what else? There was something else. What else? You must heard that and thought that X-Plane 11 was ending? No, God, no. Well, I mean, they're getting ready to come out with X-Plane 12, actually, I believe, you know? And I can't wait to see X-Plane 12, you know, after Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, you know, and they knew what was going on. Like, I'm sure, like, in development of X-Plane 12, they knew that Microsoft 2020 was going to be an ass kicker. And so I can't wait for X-Plane 12. And I mean, dude, like, I don't know when it's gonna come out. I think it's fairly soon. I actually don't know, but X-Plane 11 is great, dude. I wouldn't hesitate. I mean, I would do some research, and if there's something out there, let's actually take a look really quick. If it's not really published, let's see here. X-Plane. Oh, Beardsley, I would buy it. I would buy X-Plane 11. This says X-Plane 12 was announced September 2021 at Flight Sim Expo. People must have been shitting their pants. Does not have a release date. So I wouldn't waste any time. You know, I really enjoy Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. I think the community is amazing. I think obviously the graphics are amazing. Everybody knows that. X-Plane 11 flight dynamics model cannot be beat by anything out there right now. I mean, that is just a fact. So I would not hesitate for a moment to buy X-Plane 11. And if you want to do real deal flying, you know, especially real deal IFR flying. So definitely get to it. But so yeah, that being said, let's go over to the agenda and see like what we're kind of up to. It's nothing really intense. I did kind of want to have like a little outline like for myself, as well as for you guys. Let's see here. That's really interesting to hear. I currently have Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. It's good to hear the differences. Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, anybody with experience should be able to tell you the same thing and not be dogging 2020. You know, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 has untouchable visuals, you know. But first of all, Microsoft or X-Plane 11 is not that bad looking, so, you know. But I haven't even bought 2020 yet. I'm just Game Pass to play it. Oh yeah, do your thing. Okay, so looking at the agenda today, what do we have? Like we said, it's the terminal procedures, FAA versus Jeppesen, and it's gonna start off with just in general, what do we mean by terminal procedures? And we're gonna start off with the FAA actually as a standard. The reason why, as I alluded to in the beginning, is like even if you're using Navigraph, that is Jeppesen is a standard for Navigraph. It's just not the case in the real world. You know, a lot of the time, if you're using a tablet where it's like ForeFlight or Garmin Pilot or what are some other ones? Like I think it's AvAir. There's like Wing, like Q or something like. There's some other stuff out there, but they're all going to be government issued FAA. You know, like terminal procedures. So plus we need a standard of some kind to like establish a base understanding of what some of these procedures are, and then we can move from that standard like out and deviate from that standard in certain ways and say like, okay, these are the different types of things out there based on what the government issues, and now let's look at the Jeppesen version, or like these are the things that exist. And so if this is here for evening ordinary, you came on a very interesting night. Rich of Peak. What a cool name, dude. Just Rich of Peak what? EGT or RPM? That is the question. Depends on what the POH says. Yeah, so we can actually establish that standard using the FAA material, and then we'll look at like to find this this item, for the FAA, we need to go here. To find this item for Jeppesen, we go here. And that is kind of a standard. And what we're going to find is, spoiler alert, what we're going to find is FAA is going to be directing you to a lot of different separate places for things. Whereas Jeppesen tends to have things right there on the same page. Or in a more, cohesive, like, together type of like format, so you're not going all over. NACO charts be damned. Rich of Peak is on a witch hunt. Burn all of the terminal procedures at the stake. So, and it is what it is, like they teach the FAA stuff, and but that is the long and short of it, is like feel you have no choice but to use them. Yeah. That is the long and short of it, is like basically the FAA will have all these pieces of information oftentimes like spread out. Like, for example, if you want an airport diagram, you go to the airport diagram, right? If you want a departure procedure, like an obstacle departure procedure, you're gonna go to the departure procedures like section of the terminal procedures publication. If you want a different type of departure, like if you want a standard instrument departure, then you're gonna go to the like approaches section, which makes no sense. If you want an approach, like you're gonna go obviously to the approaches section. If you want arrivals, you're gonna go to the approaches section. If you want alternate airport information, like alternate airport weather information, like what that alternate weather needs to be, Joey is hosting your stream. Dude, with one viewer, thank you, Joey. Awesome. Hey, buddy. By the way, I don't know if you saw in the Discord, but that's gonna be you and me, bud. For I'll be helping you out co-hosting one of that night that you elected for the cross country for CDL. I'm super pumped to do it with you, man. And we had a similar taste in what we were looking for, like route wise. Absolutely looking forward to it, man. And I'll follow your lead, dude. I think it's gonna be really, really great. Though I'm definitely gonna practice it before we do it. We picked a really, really good one. So yeah, if you want alternate weather information, you got to go to a different place, and yeah, that's that. So that's what we're gonna work through. What are terminal procedures, and then we'll do the comparison with FAA as a standard. And really just gonna kind of impromptu this right here. I don't have my stylus. I left it at the flight school. Let's see. Ooh, Discord. Let's see here. I just want to make sure. Oh, ordinary. I just now saw the let's see. Who's in the Discord? We've got Zach in the Discord. We've got Rich of Peak in the Discord. What is going on? We've got Ordinary in the Discord as well. That should answer your question right there, Ordinary. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've been a little bit behind on like posting a Ordinary dude. I love that sticker right there. That's great. All right, my friends, let's get to it. I'm so pumped, you guys. I finally finished my CFI recurrent training today. Pretty long, like module, like set of modules, and feels really good, man. I was coming up to the end of get a bot in your chat that posts the link like every 15 uh, minutes or so. Um, yeah, I'm really stoked. It's my month. You know, we have flight instructors have 24 calendar months to before we have to renew the certificate. Our certificate actually does expire, whereas a normal pilot certificate doesn't. Like a commercial or a private certificate doesn't expire. And my it's a calendar month, so you got until the end of whatever month to get it done. And so I had until the 31st this month, and I'm super pumped to have gotten it completed. Just gonna move some stuff around here. I've been holding off on that by taking other check rides. Well, the thing is your other CFI check rides, like you've done your double I and your multi or something like that. Um, yeah, I've got the MEI here in a couple weeks. Yeah, Rich, dude, you're doing everything you can to not take that recurrent. That's funny. I said the same thing actually about my multi. I did my multi-engine land in June, and I'm like, hell yeah, dude. I don't have to do my review for another 2. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to be using to break this down is 4-flight. I have all my Jeppesen on 4-flight, and let's just get into it. So let's look at airport information first. And where are we going to go find airport information? Well, we would go to the airport diagram for that, right? So we're going to go, let's use an airport near me. Let's use Long Beach Airport. So we're going to come down here to airports and go to more and details and go to procedures. Procedures will be, procedures refer to terminal procedures. And so we're going to skip all this Jeppesen stuff, and we're going to go to the FAA right there, the FAA, the airport diagram, right? And this can be found in the green book, the chart supplement, and the chart supplement, the airport diagrams are in the back section of that. And this is the FAA, the government issued airport diagram for airports. You can see here that we've got the name of the city and the airport up in the top right. I wish I had my stylus, dude. It's like absolutely killing me. Will that work? No. I've got something that is like a horrible stylus. Maybe it'll work good enough. It's kind of it's better than nothing. Not really though. It's like I'm better off with just using my finger. Yeah, so we have the frequencies up there in the top right there, with the ATIS and the tower and all that stuff. So that's really good. Ground control and the clearance delivery. That D right there is an indication that there is a declared landing distance, that for that main runway, like that there's a not all of that runway can be used for landing, actually, that you need to go to the chart supplement, the actual directory page for that airport, and look up what the available landing distance actually is. What else do we have on here? We've got the footprint of the airport right here with the taxiways laid out. We see that long monster runway down the middle there, like diagonal, 10,000 feet by 2,000 feet. That's the length and the width of that runway. There's an example of 26. That's runway 1, 2, and 30. That's 10,000 by 200. You've got 26 right. That's 6192 by 150. And likewise, 26 left and 8 right. You got 3918 by 100. So that's good. We've got these hot spots right here that can be looked up in the chart supplement as well. Again, it's in a separate place. Hot spots are going to be these brown circle areas where runway incursions are likely to happen, that they have a high probability of happening, maybe because of ambiguity in what taxiways are you on, or maybe a taxiway that like kind of looks like a runway. Maybe you have maybe like it's like a busy taxiway intersection that aircraft are going to be converging onto the same spot, and so you really need to, keep your wits about you. You'll notice there's no approach light system on here. What else do you have on here? You got a lot of good stuff on here. You've got the beacon right there, that star right there in the middle, the actual airport beacon. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, some good stuff. Some good stuff. You got the magnetic variation right there. The angular difference between true north and magnetic north. So that's that. That's, if we're looking at airport information, that's pretty much it. That's the airport diagram. And if you want airport lighting, you got to go to the chart supplement directory page actually for that. Like if you want to know, let's see, actually, yeah, those runways, it's not up there. Yeah, I see no airport lighting like high intensity runway lights or runway centerline lights or runway and identifier lights. You'd have to go to the chart supplement, the actual green book like entry for that airport. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up for you guys. Yeah. So you come here to the chart supplement, this green book right here. You got to go to a separate place for that. For additional airport information, you need to go to a separate place. You come here to this chart supplement. You go down to Long Beach. Everything's organized by state. And not only by state, but by city. So you go to L. Right, here's Long Beach right here. You got to come to this separate place where, yeah, now we're talking about, certain airport lighting. For runway 30, we got a Mauser approach light type. We've got touchdown zone lights. We've got a PAPI that's off to the left, a 4-light PAPI, 3-degree glide path, touchdown zone, threshold crossing height of 73, different types of RVR that are positioned down the runway, the size of the displaced threshold, all of that's right there on the page, on the directory page. There's the declared distance information for the runways. That's what that D was that I was talking about. And all different kinds of remarks on like traffic pattern altitude and all those things. So that's pretty nice. Now, I'm not saying that Jeppesen renders the chart supplement obsolete. I am saying though that what we're going to find is on the airport diagram page, on the airport information page, there's a lot of pertinent information about that airport, about that the runways and all those things that are all in one place that you can't find on that airport diagram from the FAA. Okay, so that is airport information. Let's talk about departures. Go to departures. Forget all this Jeppesen stuff. If you want to look up the obstacle departure procedure, when you're IFR and you're trying to depart Long Beach IFR and you want the vanilla flavor departure procedure out of there, right? The ODP, the obstacle departure procedure, you're going to go not to the airport information page like you would with Jeppesen. You're going to go to a separate section in the Terminal Procedures publication. It is all in one book. It's not like it's a separate book. But the Terminal Procedures publication, that little white booklet, it is departure procedures are in a separate section in that booklet, and the section is called Takeoff Minimums. Right? The section's called Takeoff Minimums, Obstacle Departure Procedures in Diverse Vectoring Areas, radar vectors. We talk about this more, like what these different things are in depth in departures night, when we actually do departure procedures. But long story short is these departure procedures are listed in alphabetical order by city. And so you're going to go to Long Beach. And in that separate section, right here we are in the Takeoff Minimums, Obstacle Departure Procedures. You're going to go down to Long Beach and you're going to read all your departure procedure information. So we've got here Takeoff Minimums and Obstacle Departure Procedures. Last amendment was right there as of September of 2020. What the minimums are, we've got, let's say we're using 2.6 left. We've got a standard weather with the minimum climb performance of 225 feet per nautical mile to 2,300 feet. It says right there for 2.6 left. Those are your takeoff performance minimums. And what is the departure procedure for 2.6 left and right? It's a climb on heading to 256. That's like a runway heading to 800 feet, and then a climbing left turn to heading 200 to intercept the LAX 145 radial to patter. And then that's it, right? That's the obstacle departure procedure. And you have all your takeoff obstacle notes right here about DER that you see all over the place is the departure end of runway. There's a pull 10 feet from the departure end of runway, 489 feet left of center line, 27 feet AGL, 66 feet MSL, right? So where are the obstacles, how high are they, and where are they in relation to that center line on the departure end of the runway? So they're all right here. Notice that the airport information, the airport diagram, the runway lighting, and the departure procedure, as well as the departure procedure requirements, the climb requirements, were all in different places. Airport diagram was in one place. Lighting, we had to go to the chart supplement, right? The airport diagram is technically it's in the chart supplement, but they're not on the same page. Airport diagrams in one spot. Airport lighting we got from the chart supplement directory page, and then the departure procedures and the minimum takeoff performance requirements for that departure were in the terminal procedures publication in the front, right? In the takeoff in the departure procedures like section. So that is one type. We're talking about departures right now, right? We were done with airport information. We're talking about departures. This is one type of departure. You're gonna go to the terminal procedures in the front for the ODP. But if you want a SID, a standard instrument departure, you're gonna go somewhere else. You're gonna go to where like the rest of the approaches and arrivals are. So like for example, the like let's say that we're doing the Anaheim 1, the Anaheim 1 departure. This is a departure procedure. It's a graphical type of departure procedure called a standard instrument departure, or a SID. And this SID is located in the back with the approaches and arrivals for Long Beach. And to be fair, these SIDs are in the back with those procedures because they're all graphical. It's like all the textual based information is in the front, and then all the graphical information like airport diagrams, SIDs, stars, approaches, these are graphical terminal procedures. These are graphical products. They're in toward the back. So it's like they don't separate it by what you're looking for. They separate it based on text and then, graphical stuff, it seems, And in the back, to be sure, like there is organization to it. It's not only is it by alphabetical order by city, but yeah, the departures and then, arrivals and approaches and stuff. So they are kind of like all separated, but yeah, they are. Here we have an example of within departures themselves, you have a separation of these things, and so yeah, that's that. In other words, it'd be really nice if at least the obstacle departure procedure was with the airport information, And then if we're going to go to a separate place for a SID, like an actual specialized departure, then fine, But alas. So this is an example of the Anaheim 1 out of Long Beach. There are your minimums right there on top on the departure itself right there. Now, this is interesting. The OD, this is a SID, right? The standard instrument departure. The standard instrument departure, like the ODP, like the obstacle departure procedure, it called for certain minimums, takeoff performance requirements, right? Like we see here with 26 left, there's a minimum climb of 225 feet per nautical mile to 2,300 feet. It's up to you, whether you look at a SID or an ODP, it's up to you to calculate what that is, what that means to your aircraft based on your takeoff speed. That's not the same. That's not saying 225 feet per minute. That's saying 225 feet per nautical mile. So the climb performance in feet per minute, that will be different. To meet that restriction of 225 feet per nautical mile, all aircraft have to be able to meet that at a minimum. But what that means for your aircraft to do 225 feet per nautical mile, the climb rate to meet that requirement depends on how fast you get that mile over with, right? If you're doing the climb rate to meet that standard is less if you are doing 75 knots than if you're doing 200 knots. Because at 200 knots, you're getting that mile over with a lot more quickly. So you got to climb higher, you got to climb faster to meet that 225 feet per nautical mile requirement. So you need to be able to calculate that. It would be nice if they had a table that did the calculation for you, Okay, there you go. So that's those are departures. We're gonna come back to all these, so no worries. Looking at arrivals, we've got the arrivals tab right there. Looking at something like the Disney arrival, this is pretty nice. We got 2 pages here. And an arrival, for those of you that don't know, this is different from an approach. This is not an approach. An arrival gets you down from the en route structure in a position to do an approach, actually. The termination point of an arrival is it will dump you onto an approach of some kind. And so just knowing what we're looking at here, we've got the name, right? The Disney 5 arrival. It's an RNAV arrival, which is GPS. And these folks, you could see here, there are 2 main branches coming from here. Actually, well, these 2 converge onto that point right there. And these folks funnel down to Disney. right there. That's why it's called the Disney. So these folks funnel in, and then you've got these folks that are funneling in. And everybody's converging onto this point right here, Disney. Everybody from the Emerald Transition to Fela, from Hindu to Larson, Maru, all these different transitions are based on where these people are coming from, where these pilots are coming from. Now, what would determine, we're not doing arrivals tonight, right? We're just doing a side-by-side FAA to Jeppesen. We discussed arrivals actually before when we did instrument approaches part 1. Yeah, we'll look at maybe an arrival tonight, maybe, or something. But in any event, you got the different transitions right there. That's nice. These notes right here are crucial to read if you want to do these. These are all like restrictions that you need to be familiar with, and in order to comply with this arrival. So anyway, that's that. Page 2 is a continuation, actually, where after Disney, what do you do? Depends on where you're going. So I just jumped to the text really and then cut to the chase. If you're doing an arrival into Long Beach and you're landing runway 30, you need to be looking at this. Right? Landing Long Beach runways 26 right and 30. What are we up to? It's this right there. From Disney, we track the 236 to cross Mickey at or above 7,200, and then on a 236 to cross Mouse at or above 6,500, crossing Goofy and then Mids, and so on and so on. And then we can expect the ILS or RNAV RNP runway 30 approach, or RNAV RNP runway 26 right approach. So that's what I was saying, is it's going to walk you down point by point, and then with minimum altitudes, you're going to comply with that in your descent profile and make your way down to Disney. And then after Disney, depending on where you're going, you're going to do these things. From Disney, you're going to go to Mickey, Goofy, and whatever, and then expect the ILS, runway 30 into Long Beach. So you got the text version right there. So those are arrivals. That's what, and there's really only one kind of arrival. There were a couple different types of departures that we looked at, ODPs and is a no-fly zone in LA. So it's really funny to me that these arrival procedures are named after Disney things. Yeah, actually, so there is a permanent TFR over Disneyland. It's right here. It's this shaded, it's that shaded circle right there. It's not that it's a no-fly zone. The TFR only goes up to 3,000 feet. But the thing is when you're IFR, there are no TFRs. So there's no airspace. You're in airspace once you cancel IFR, but that's the thing about IFR is you are actually, you are allowed to go through it. Now, something like that, I'm sure they're designing these arrivals and whatever, around the, around that TFR or whatever, But yeah, TFRs, if you're IFR, different story. Okay, so let's look at approaches. And we'll go to procedures again, and not arrivals, but approaches. Is that just because if you are causing a problem with a TFR with your IFR flight plan, they just won't approve it? No. It's just irrelevant, because when you're IFR, the routes are set in stone. A lot of the time. I mean, the truth is, if you're in a radar environment, you will often get headings that will be off the beaten path, and you'll be vectored around to maybe intercept a course or intercept an airway or something like that. But yeah, for the most part, when you're descending on something like that, then your things are set in stone. If you're following segments of an approach, they are what they are. the final approach course like does not change. And so, yeah, I think it's just the fact that it is what it is when you're IFR. Let me actually get this off. There we go. Okay, so looking at approaches, let's look at this ILS runway 30. Okay, so what do we have here? We have a government-issued instrument approach procedure. We've got the name up at the top right. It's the ILS or the localizer runway 30 into Long Beach. We've got the frequencies. Basically, you know, if you tuned into my instrument approach, my recent approach procedure ground, we discussed the anatomy of an approach procedure like this. What are the different pieces? The segments of an approach, course reversals. We talked about RVR. We talked about how to brief an approach. And then we talked about the ILS. We didn't really talk about the localizer approaches or VORs or LDAs. I have a separate ground session for RNAV approaches. But so if you want details on what these things are, like I would refer you to that, you know, lecture. But yeah, because we just don't have the time. But this top portion right here, let me see here. There we go. Yeah, this top portion all right here is called the briefing strip. And the briefing strip has essential information in there, like especially this. Those are the notes. Those are what we call the notes, where that's going to have things like restrictions on circling maneuvers and, you know, changes to alternate minimum, or I'm sorry, changes to minimums with inoperative equipment or whatever. You got the missed approach, textual procedure right there. Very important right here to brief that the approach light type. It'd be nice if the approach lights were in a part of the procedure that flowed a little bit better with a briefing. Like it would be a little bit better if down here when we're briefing the profile view and the final descent, it would be nice if we had the approach lights right there instead, where then upon reaching our minimum, if we don't see the approach lights and whatever type approach lights that those are, then we do the missed approach procedure right there, you know. So that'd be nice if things were organized a little bit differently, like in terms of the way that in terms of sequence that will actually happen. That will be a strength for Jeppesen. Okay. All right. So we've got this plan view right here with the MSA, the minimum safe altitude, minimum sector altitude in the top right corner, offering 1,000-foot clearance in the highest from above the highest obstacle within 25 miles in those sectors. With respect to that VOR right there in the middle. And there's our airport diagram right there. Only in this airport diagram does the approach lights show up right there. Those hash marks and those dotted lines right there at the approach end of the runway at 30. That's the approach light system. If you look up here, you'll see that same symbol, right? You see like the hashes and stuff. So then you come down here and right there you have them, right? So you finally see them there, but you don't really see them as a part of the logical sequence of things. You see only in the picture do you see a PAPI off to the left. That would be nice if they put the PAPI off, you know, as a part of that same sequence that I was talking about. They do include runway lighting right here in one place. That's pretty nice. High intensity runway lights, runway 1230, touchdown zone lights. You've got centerline lights, runway 30. Glide slope of 3 degrees right there. You'll notice here that there's a threshold crossing height of 58 feet, but you do not have anything in this procedure, nor on the airport diagram. In fact, I want to believe I believe it's not even in the chart supplement. I'd have to look again. I forget, actually. I'm blanking, but there's nothing in this procedure that helps us understand if we are to fly the glide slope all the way down to the ground, how much remaining runway do we have to bring that aircraft to a stop? And that's what our landing roll is going to be based off of, right? So it's one thing to say, yeah, it's a 10,000 foot long runway, right? With a declared landing distance. And then you're going to go and say, yeah, it's not 10,000 feet because you've got this displaced threshold right there. And then but it's like, but if your glide slope is bringing you down pretty significantly beyond that runway threshold, you need to know how much remaining distance from where the glide slope antenna is bringing you down to. That would be nice if it was all in one place for you to know that. Because, if you're a 135 operator, 121 operator, and you have to be able to stop this airplane on a certain percentage of this runway, or else, you need to do certain things with an alternate airport, then, you need to know that calculation is based on where you're going to end up as a result of tracking the glide slope down. It's not the distance from the threshold to the opposite end of the runway, right? So that's a really subtle but important difference here that would be nice to know. You got your minimums right there. Circling minimums. That's pretty nice. You have speed in knot. You have basically the distance from the final approach fix to the missed approach point is 4.7 miles. This is if you're doing the localizer approach. This is the non-precision approach. 308 is the after 3 minutes. If you're doing 90 knots ground speed, by the way, the 308, once the 3 minutes and 8 seconds is up, you go missed. Whereas the missed approach point on the ILS is on glide slope at 258 feet on the altimeter. So just that's good to know. And yeah, okay. So some generic approach procedure chart symbology like basics there. And then finally with the final FAA thing I'll turn you on to is alternate weather minimums. So this would be like if we go to the approaches, right? We go back to that ILS 30. Oops. Spoiler alert. ILS 30. And we see in the notes that A right there. That A tells us that if we intend to land at Long Beach, if we intend to use this, if we intend to file Long Beach as our alternate airport with the intention of using the ILS runway 30 as our plan B, then we may be able to use it as an alternate. That A right there says you may be able to, but you need to look at the alternate weather minimums to make sure that you can, that there are non-standard conditions specified in that section of the terminal procedures publication that talk about what those conditions need to be for you to minimum conditions they need to be for you to file Long Beach as your alternate. They're not on here. They're not what the weather needs to be for you to file Long Beach on your IFR flight plan as an alternate airport with the intent of using the ILS 30 as your approach. Those alternate weather minimums are not anywhere on here. They're not anywhere on the airport diagram. They are in their own section. They've got to go to a separate section and say, okay, what are those minimums? They're nowhere on here. Right? These are not the alternate weather minimums. These are the minimums these are the ceilings and visibility minimums for the approach itself. That's different. And if you want to better explanation about how that differs, we spend a pretty considerable time talking about that in the regulations lecture that we had last week, actually. So I would encourage you to go watch that. So let's go check out what those alternate minimums are. We're going to go to a different section in the terminal procedures book. And let's see here. Hotspot. Randomly in the arrivals tab, you go to the alternate minimums right there. You see that in the under where it says FAA right there, alternate minimums. And this is what it looks like in the front of that book, of that flip book. IFR alternate airport minimums. The big A in the corner is there. Again, organized by city name. We go to Long Beach. Oh, L. And we go to Long Beach right there. And we read, okay, if we want to, by the way, this is like totally choose your own adventure style. Like we've been jumping around quite a bit to find all this information just to put this IFR flight together, you know. So ILS, we see Long Beach, Daugherty Field, ILS runway 30. We've got a superscript of 1 and a 2. So what does number 1 say down there? The use of the ILS runway 30 as an alternate is not authorized when the tower is closed, when the control tower is closed. And that's true for the RNAV RNP runway 12, 26 right, and Yankee runway 30. That's also true for those. What's number 2 say? For the localizer, category C is 800-foot ceilings and 2 miles and a quarter visibility. Category D is blah, 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 right? We talked about what constitutes aircraft category in our instrument approach lecture. So really, as far as I can see, we just need, our only condition is if the tower needs to be open for us, the tower needs to be open for us to utilize the ILS runway 3. In other words, we would need to be planning to get to Long Beach at an ETA that is within the operating hours of the tower, if we intend to utilize Long Beach as Long Beach as an IFR alternate. That also means that we need to know, there's nothing that tells us, let me blow this up a little bit. We need to know that the standard alternate weather minimums for a precision approach, which an ILS isn't a precision approach, is 600-foot ceilings and 2 miles visibility. We need to know that. There's nowhere that says it on here. And the truth is that as an instrument pilot, as an instrument student, but certainly as an instrument pilot, you need to know those regulations. You need to be familiar with 91-169 that tells us that unless otherwise specified, the standard alternate weather minimums for a precision approach is 600-foot ceilings and 2 miles visibility. So, you know, it'd be nice if it said that, but we are expected to know that, but it doesn't say that anywhere on here. We are to assume that since it doesn't specify, like it does in number 2, localizer, category C, 800 and 2 1/4, right? Instead of what? 802. These are, you know, it's an extra quarter mile visibility required than standard. So localizer is a non-precision approach. So it's 802 for standard non-precision approach, 602 for standard precision approach. We need to know what those standards actually are. Okay. So that is a separate place for alternate minimums, alternate weather minimums. Now let's go back to airport information and look at some comparisons. Jeppesen versus, by the way, if you have any questions, let me know. I'd be happy to hop in the Discord voice chat as well and answer any questions. Going back to the airport diagram. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, so going back to the airport diagram, this is what we were looking at. Frequencies and airport footprint, right? Let's take a look at what Jeppesen offers and how they organize their information by comparison, okay? We go to the Jeppesen airport info. And there's actually a couple of pages to it, but it is all in one place still. But yeah, this is it's just kind of like big airport. So it looks pretty similar. Okay. We've got the briefing. We got the frequencies up at the top. A little bit different. First of all, what are the similarities? We got the name and the name of the city and the airport up in the top right. We've got the page 10-9 right there in the top. And then the effective date, August of 2021, August 6, 2021. We got the frequencies right there. This is pretty nice. All runways closed, 2200 to 0700 local time. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. That was in Zulu time in the chart supplement. That wasn't even on the airport diagram. No running, landings, takeoffs by helicopters. We got some things that we could read in the remarks that are pertinent right there. We've got the same hotspots right there. They're just a different color. Nothing wrong with that. Taxi diagrams are the same. Here's something that we didn't have on the FAA airport diagram. The windsock right there. We got a windsock right there. We got a windsock right there. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Useful to know. We got land and hold short right there. I don't think there was any land and... actually, was there? I forget. On the airport diagram... Yeah, you have land and hold short lines right there. See that? Those lines, those dotted lines, land and hold short. So, there you go. I thought so. Some obstacles right there. Chain link fence. Weight limits. That's pretty nice. Now, here's something really cool. Look at the approach end of runway 30. Those hash marks right there. That's the approach light system. So by looking at this airport diagram, you can see what is going on with the approach light system actually, and where is it? You know, you can see where the displaced threshold is right there. You'll also notice something that is a big difference that might be kind of weird and unsettling, which is you only see runway lengths. You don't see runway widths, and that's not because it's not important. But we're going to find that they're on a different place. They're in a different place. Why would the width not be where the airport diagram is? They felt that it was more relevant to be in a spot where I'm going to show you where it is. It will make sense, but you know, it's personal preference. You got field elevation right there at each end of the runway. Not field elevation, I should say. You have the elevation at different ends of the runway. Right? You've got 38 feet. 58 feet. So that's pretty nice. Okay. What's on that next page? Again, this is still airport information. We got some stuff, man. We got some stuff to digest for sure. We got some noise abatement things. Okay. We've got right traffic pattern for 8 right and 26 right. Engine run-ups other than pre-flight limited to these hours. Just some more information that you could read in the chart supplement as well. But check this out, though. Okay, additional runway information. Again, this is Jeppesen Airport information. And how's this broken down here? So you see here, first of all, left column, it says runway. You've got the top left corner, bottom right corner. So we see here in the first row, it's like 8 right and 26 left. You go down there, you got 8 left and 2-6 right. And you got 1, 2, and you have 3, 0. So as you move across that row, Danny, what up, dude? As you move across that row, you can see there that, number one, let's start at this one right here. Let's start at this row right there, that first one, all right? We've got, for 8 right and 2-6 left, we've got high-intensity runway lights, runway and identifier lights, and a PAPI off to the left with a 3-degree angle. That's good to know. But look at that. The width is 100 feet. You got the width at the far end. You've also got these additional columns where it says usable lengths right there. Usable lengths. So landing beyond what? Beyond the threshold, but also beyond the glide slope. That's a pretty cool one. Landing and land and hold short operation distance. That's pretty nice. You did not have that in any other place other than the separate chart supplement page, which is a great place to have it, right? But it's also nice to have it right here. Oh, dude, no problem, Danny. Hey, thanks for popping in, man. It's good to hear from you, and best of luck on that project, man. So that's that. Now you also see here in this same section, you see that 1, and 2, right? That bold 1 and 2. Those correspond to those numbers right here. We have 8 right and 2-6 left, closed, 2200 to 0700 local time. And those runway lights on that runway, we see that can be activated, pilot activated on 119.4 when the tower's in op. That's pretty cool to know. We got some more, some additional information on 2-6 right. We got medium intensity runway lights on 8 right. And the same as on 2-6 right, but in addition we got runway and identifier lights, PAPI. You'll notice that 8 right and 2-6 left, that first row, no displaced threshold. So there is no landing beyond the threshold because the runway is the total runway is you're able to land on it, right? But 2-6 right, you've got you have a threshold. Oops. 2-6 right, you have a threshold. That's what that white bar right there is. There's 2-6 right near Kilo 1. There's some threshold there. That means you're only able to land on this up to that section right there is land. You know, you're authorized to land on that section. So that extra distance is good to know. Like what is that available landing distance beyond that threshold? So for 2-6 right, landing beyond the threshold, you've got 4,887 feet, 4,887 feet. That runway intersects with runway 30, and so there's a land and hold short operations potential for that runway that as a private pilot and above, you may or may not accept. It's up to you. You need to know if you can comply with that or not. And as a student pilot, you are not allowed to accept land and hold short operations. But what that does is it allows Mo Daddy, thank you so much for the follow. All right. What that does is it allows the folks in the tower to have two aircraft landing on different runways, different intersecting runways, land at the same time. If you accept and can comply with that land and hold short operation, you need to know that distance. And again, it's right here. So here we have pilot controlled lighting, runway closure time, runway lights, the PAPI angle, the width, everything all in one place. That's actually kind of cool. In addition to land and hold short operations distance, we don't need to go hunt that down. So that's pretty sweet. Here's an interesting one. If you look at runway 30, we see here that what kind of lighting do we have? We've got high intensity runway lights. We have center line lights. That's the CL. the medium intensity approach light system with runway alignment. That's our approach light system. We got a touchdown zone light system. PAPI is off to the left. It's grooved. There's RVR. All right. So there's some information there for sure. And what do we have? We have 8,000 feet beyond the threshold. But if we go down on that glide slope, if we follow that glide slope all the way down to runway 30 and we touch on the surface on where the glide slope antenna leads us to, we got 6,910 feet. That's awesome to know. That's awesome to know, you know? So, when we're evaluating our landing roll information, we can utilize that, right? And it's 200 feet wide, the width in the far right column there. You got the weight right there. Touchdown. Let's see here. The Mauser activated on 19.4 when the tower is in on. Yeah, that's really nice. We're not done yet. That's pretty dense. Additional runway information is pretty dense, but we're not done yet with the airport information page. And like I said, it's all in one place. It's kind of trippy. You move on to the ODP. Here's a departure procedure. We are not going to a separate section. Remember, when we were using the FAA, we had to go to the departures. We had to go to the yeah, we had to go to the takeoff minimum section. Remember, we had to go to the terminal procedures publication in the front, takeoff minimums, and look up Long Beach. And we had to go here and find it and say, okay, 26 left, 225 feet per nautical mile, departure procedure, climb runway heading 800 feet, left turn 200. So, that's not the case for Jeppesen. With Jeppesen, you do not need to go to a separate section of the terminal procedures publication to find that departure procedure. Again, we go to the airport info, and there it is right there. The obstacle departure procedure. What do we got? Well, it depends on what runway we're using. It's all in a table form. It's text, but it's a table form. We've got, for, let's say, runway 26 left, we've got adequate visual reference. We are allowed quarter mile visibility. Now, the fact is if you refer to my regulations lecture last week, 91-175, says that, there is an omission of Part 91 operators when IFR. There's an omission of Part 91 operators for any mention of any IFR takeoff weather minimums. There are no takeoff weather minimums for Part 91 operators. So, when you're talking about, when I'm saying weather minimums, we're talking about visibility being the controlling factor. There are no weather minimums for Part 91, and that's where personal minimums come in. But so this adequate visual reference is not for Part 91. You can take off in zero if you legally speaking, but you do have this minimum climb of 225 feet per nautical mile to 2,300 feet. That's right there. And the 3 and 4 engines versus the 1 and 2 engines, that again is 91-175, talking about commercial, the required visibility if you're a commercial operator. 1 or 2 engines is 1 mile required, and then half a mile visibility is required. If it's more than 2 engines. But yeah, like I said, Ooh, Iowa Scotsman, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it tremendously. It's a real pleasure to have you back in here. Welcome, welcome. doing a FAA versus a Jeppesen comparison. So there's your takeoff departure procedure minimums right there, and then your text version of what to do. 26 left and right, climb on heading 256, 800, climbing left turn 200, LAX 145, radial to patter. And yeah, so there's your obstacle departure procedure right there. Diverse vectoring area. The diverse vectoring area, this is the climb rate and the heading, the minimum climb performance, and the minimum altitude that you need to get to in order for air traffic control to start giving you headings that are off the beaten path, and where you can, assuming a minimum of 200 feet per nautical mile climb performance, you are able to meet those obstacle clearance requirements for the area. So diverse vectoring area is the heading, the climb performance, and the altitude you need to climb to in order for the diverse vectors, the diverse headings, that the variation of headings that they can give you to maybe keep traffic separated, or to get you quicker to your airway, or whatever it is that wouldn't necessarily be rigid adherence to then turn this way and climb to this, on the ODP. They can start giving you headings like off to wherever and vector you around. It's nice to have that right there, instead of in a different place. Finally, this is probably my favorite aspect. Like this airport information aspect of Jeppesen is my favorite, because you've got what? First of all, you've got remarks that you would read in the top, remarks that you would read in the chart supplement. You've got additional runway information that you have to go to multiple places to get all of this information that's in one spot. Some on an airport diagram, some in the chart supplement, airport facility, the directory for the airport. Some that but it's there. You have ODP information that's right there, instead of in the takeoff minimum section of the terminal procedures. But you also have filing as an alternate weather information. What you're gonna do if you intend to file Long Beach as on your IFR flight plan as your alternate airport, and you need to know what the Mo Daddy just subscribed. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm really glad that you're enjoying this information, and that you're choosing education. That's great. Keeping the channel alive. I really, really appreciate that. If you intend to file Long Beach Airport as your alternate, and with the intent of using a particular, the ILS in our last example, boom, 602. Isn't that what we said? We looked at the alternate weather minimums randomly in the approach, or in the arrivals. First time chat from viewer. Awesome. I'm trying to be a pilot. Hey, you're in the right place. We're all pilots at heart, Mo. And pleasure to have you in here. And I definitely stop by. My Wednesdays and Thursdays are private pilot days, and I'm gonna try and stick this month and next month for sure to emphasizing the private pilot, actually. So welcome, and feel free to direct message me with any questions that you might have. But tonight we're talking about some weird shit. We're talking about some kind of advanced stuff. This is still for you, especially if you want to be a pilot. The instrument rating will come. It'll be after your initial license. The instrument rating is an add-on that you're going to add to your pilot certificate, but that's what we're talking. My Tuesdays are IFR, are instrument flying days. So we had to go to the alternate weather minimum section of I've been using graphs on Navigraph and stuff for years now. Still only know like half of the stuff. Yeah, dude, and these things are really great. This is where you want to be then. Because you might be utilizing a tablet sometime later or something, and Navigraph is on your computer. You might want to get a tablet and use ForeFlight or something like that when you can hook up have your tablet communicate with your simulator. And those will probably be FAA to start with, unless you do a Jeppesen subscription right off the bat, but it's kind of expensive. It's actually not that bad. I mean, it's a couple $100, but like a year, it's actually not that bad. But I mean, I wouldn't do it until you're an IFR like student probably, or even I would just learn the FAA stuff, and then after your instrument rating, if you want to delve into Jeppesen, like go for it, But you're definitely in the right place. And at a worst case scenario, you keep using Navigraph, and these Jeppesen, the insight into Jeppesen is going to be really good for you. So yeah, like I said, for the alternate weather minimums, we had to turn to this separate section in the front of the terminal procedures, find Long Beach, and again, for the ILS runway 30, we had not authorized when the tower's closed, and if we're doing the localizer, we got to change these non-standard, non-precision minimums. So we had to infer, based on our understanding of the regulation of 91.169, we had to infer that the minimum weather at our ETA at this alternate, in order to file Long Beach, was the standard precision, the standard alternate weather minimums for a precision approach. And that was 600-foot ceilings and 2 miles visibility. That's what we said initially. But here, Jeppesen, they know that the regulation, but they still don't leave anything to chance for assumptions. They still say, yeah, if you want to file as an alternate, if you want to file Long Beach using ILS runway 30, 600-foot ceilings and 2 miles visibility. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that they list what the weather needs to be, whether it's standard or a non-standard. That's really nice. And then you have the other, you have the overarching thing, the restriction here, authorized only when the tower is operating, which we have right available to us when that is, right? We have the local time. They told us the local time when that is. That's pretty nice. You have these other different types of approaches too, based on aircraft category. You can see aircraft category off to the left column right there. A, B, C, D, and then for the localizer, we saw that there were some non-standard alternate weather minimums based on higher and higher aircraft category. That's based on speed that you're doing those approaches at, and as your speed increases, you need more and more of those approach minimums those minimums need to elevate. So you see that reflected there in the localizer runway 30. For categories A and B, it's standard non-precision, which is 802, but non-standard for C and D, 802 and a quarter, 802 and a half. So that's really nice. Really cool, where if any of these are not authorized, you don't need to go look anywhere else other than this airport information page. It's going to say NA right there, like in the box. Not authorized, actually, is what it's going to say. So that is really, really cool. And in a nutshell, that is the airport information comparison between FAA and Jeppesen. Let's take a look at departures. Remember, the departures were, let's see here. Takeoff minimums, right? We said, we already went through it. We went through the airport information. Remember the ODP, right? But let's take a look at the SIDS. We said the Anaheim one was one of the ones that we looked at. And, there's a lot more similarities between the two now, actually, when we're talking about SIDS, right? We've got the different frequencies right there. We've got the takeoff minimums. Remember, we said it'd be nice if they had a table of based on speed, what the climb rate would need to be for you to comply with that, so that you didn't have to do that math. That'd be nice. FAA doesn't do that. We have the notes right there. It's kind of, it is what it is. It's kind of spread out. Separate page We've got different transitions and, depending on what direction we're going. Are we transitioning to the northeast toward Vegas and we're using Hector, the Hector VOR? Are we transitioning to the north, maybe to like Palmdale or Bakersfield, and so are we using the Lake Hughes transition? Or are we transitioning like to the west? Maybe we're going to Santa Barbara or Camarillo, and we're utilizing the Ventura transition. That's what those transitions are for. What does it look like? What does a SID, a standard instrument departure, look like in Jeppesen? Let's look at that same exact one, that Anaheim 1 departure. Bit of a different presentation. First of all, your kids are going to love it because there's color, okay? But then we got the table, dude. Look at that table. Top left corner. SID requires takeoff minimums for 26 left, 225 feet per nautical mile, 2,300 feet. So what's it gonna be? Well, there's a table right here. If you're doing 100 knots, that's 375 feet per minute to comply with 225 feet per nautical mile. To comply with 225 feet per nautical mile at 200 knots, it's 750 feet per minute, right? So knowing your VY climb speed, you can, account for that. If your VY is not anywhere on here, like you still would calculate. This takes a second to calculate. It's not a problem, right? You take your VY speed, divide that by 60 to get the nautical miles per minute. Multiply that by the climb gradient, and you're left with feet per minute. So, that's it's a really easy calculation, and it just takes a second. But still, it's like a total convenience that they have a table right there for you. Let's see here. Some other stuff in terms of the initial climb and the routing. So 2-6 left and right, climb heading to 800 feet is the initial segment. And then what? The routing on transition, maintain your altitude and expect filed altitude. It depends on what type of transition that we're doing. For Hector and Lake Hughes, you can expect, after that 800 feet, you can expect radar vectors to Seal Beach. On the Ventura transition, you can expect vectors to LAX. I kind of like this presentation a lot more than the way that it's presented with the FAA. It's just kind of more gentle on the eyes, I think. There are your frequencies right there. That's actually how you file it. Anaheim 1 dot whatever, Seal Beach or whatever your transition is. Departure not authorized for turboprop or turbojet aircraft. That's very good. Good to know. We've got a not to scale box right there that you just want to pay attention to when you're on that leg from Apples to Hector. It's not, that big. It's quite some time. It's quite some miles. In fact, it's 37.1 miles. Okay. Inbound on the 232 radial. Got your altitude restriction right there at or above at Apples, 10,000. We've got an MSA. We've got this big red circle around that is not on the SID on the FAA, right? That actually, is it? I forget actually if it is, but in a certain spot. Hold on. Anaheim 1. I see here. I see no MSA. I see no MSA on here. Yeah. So that is really, really nice. That's really, really nice. Looking at this Anaheim 1, look at this big red circle. That tells you in that sector, first of all, it defines those sectors with respect to the Seal Beach VOR. It defines them, and then it tells you what the minimum altitude is for safe obstacle clearance within um, 25 miles, I believe, of this VOR. We've got the Ventura Transition is this route right here. You can see the transitions are actually... Elios, what's going on? The transitions here are these like dotted arrows. You could see from Seal Beach to Wilma, from Wilma to LA, from LA to Sadie, Sadie to Ventura, what those radials actually are, and what the names of those Victor Airways actually are. How you would file that route. Anaheim 1. Ventura, VTU. It's very, very, very cool. Terrain is also on here. You see no terrain on the FAA charts. You see no terrain there. It's really cool. I'm gonna try and actually hold on. Oh yeah, it's coming out good. I just zoomed out. It's kind of blurry when I zoom out. It's good to know where the terrain is in this departure procedure. You know, the huge factor in aviation accidents are controlled flight into terrain. From loss of control is the number one reason for accidents in various phases. But the number one weather accident, accident is IMC. Reason for accidents is IMC, inadvertent VFR flight into IMC, and not knowing where the terrain is. There are also accidents where it's visual flight conditions, like it's visible, like it's visual conditions, but maybe due to it being nighttime and it's pitch black, like people descend prematurely into the darkness, not realizing that that's a mountain right in front of them, you know? So it's the same thing for the departures. Like, this is a departure. You need to know where these obstacles are and like where this terrain actually is. How high where does it start really rising? And you have a terrain, a legend right there, the contour intervals right there. We've got a Hector transition. That one right there corresponds to that route and that altitude right there. Blue are for different airports. It's just an all around, I think, a nice presentation of the departure procedure. So let's look at arrivals. We said that the Disney 4 was the one that we looked at, or I'm sorry, the Disney 5. Pretty straightforward, right? We have a series of points along the way. This is a GPS and an RNAV approach, or arrival, and a series of these points. And from point to point, we've got we have a descent profile, like that we're stepping down to lower and lower altitudes. You know, when we are cleared to descend via the Disney 5 arrival. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward, literally black and white thing. You got the graphical representation right there, everything just converging onto Disney and the bottom left, depending on the transitions that you're going to be doing on the top left. And then from Disney, depending on where you're going, that'll define the route. And the text version right there, if you're landing runway 12 at Long Beach, or if you're landing John Wayne, lost communications. So let's take a look at the Disney and the way that the Disney is represented in Jeppesen. Disney 5, yeah. Again, love the color. And let's just go from top to bottom. So top left, we've got the routing here. And similar breakdown runway-wise, like if we are landing, right, this is for Long Beach specifically, whereas that arrival was a very generic one that served multiple airports. It served Long Beach, multiple runways at Long Beach. It served John Wayne. So, you would just read the appropriate, like, what airport and runway you're interested in and, like, comply with that routing. But it's nice that they really, like, custom made this for Long Beach. And what you're doing, like, for Long Beach. So, like, right, this only talks about this is for Long Beach. You see in the top right corner, for runways 12, 26 right, and 30, Long Beach, California, up in the right, like Long Beach right there. It's like unambiguously for a specific airport. And if you go to John Wayne, we'll take a look at it. It'll talk about John Wayne specifically. You see no other runways here. European man is back. Hi, how's it going? First time chat from a viewer. What is going on? Welcome, welcome. A little bit of FAA Jeppesen comparison night before IFR flying. Hop into X-Plane here in a second. So yeah, runway 30 from Goofy, right? Everywhere, everything gets you down to Disney. And then once you're actually down at Disney, then what? Well, it depends on what runway you want in Long Beach. Runway 30 from Goofy, track 236, cross mids at that altitude. And then expect, do you fly with X-Plane? FE mod. I think it's a payware add-on. FE? What's FE? I know I use PE. I use Pilot Edge. But, Flat Earth? No. No, I don't. Does the flat, I mean, forgive me, but, like, does the Earth, like, does it drop off or something? We've got the lost comms right there in a I think a more noticeable, why would it drop off? Well, I mean, if it's flat Earth, you know, if it is simulated exactly as it is in real, I mean, yeah, it's simulated exactly as it is in real life. Why would it drop off? Well, I'm just saying, like, when I think flat Earth, I think like flat earthers, like they imagine the edge of the Earth just like drops off into nothing, into space, I guess, or something. So I don't know. I'm just not familiar with the flat Earth like add-on. It's an ice shelf. Wait, what's an ice shelf? What's an ice shelf? Well, in any event, yeah, the end of the Earth. That's super funny. I'm assuming you're joking and that you're not a flat earther. If you are a flat earther, flying is not for you, because a nautical mile is a curved mile, assuming that the Earth is round, you know, is spherical. So yeah, that's pretty funny, dude. Pretty funny stuff. Yeah, so I do believe that the lost comms section is a little more noticeable in the Jeppesen chart. I think it's great. And why wouldn't we have to pitch flat? Zach says flat Earth is real. Why wouldn't we have to pitch down then? Oh, what does Eddie Bravo say? He says, not look it up. He goes, look into it. The hive mind is real here, guys. The hive mind. Groupthink, bro. 1984, just believe everything the government tells you. It's a conspiracy somehow that the Earth is round. Oh man, is it Poil? Poil? I love. I'm assuming you're satirical right now, and I love me some satire, man. That's some good stuff. So flight training, and we're working to get the FAA to approve our methods of teaching. I'm only a new student, but they do some great work. Dang. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, dude, but the Earth is not flat. And there's no way that the FAA is going to approve a flight training. My thing is, it's so funny. Like, flat earthers, it's so funny because, like, you know, you guys, like, we all utilize GPS. We utilize things from satellites to like prove, right, that the Earth is flat. See, like, you know, I can pull up this picture from a satellite, you know, like the information that got to your phone to show that picture or whatever, or that website or whatever, like that satellite that beamed that information down to your phone is in orbit around the planet. So the thing about stuff in orbit is like that satellite that beamed your flat Earth information down to you is in orbit around a spherical planet. Like orbital mechanics only works with a spherical planet, or with like a sphere. So, dude, that is super funny. Okay, we're gonna totally move on. It's not worth it, but yeah, this is wild. Yeah, I'm assuming you guys are kidding. That's like, I mean, you can see them for yourself. Yeah, this is like wild. So that's cool. If you guys, yeah, you're flat earthers, but just let me know. Hammer time. Yeah, if these guys are like continuing to be weird, I will. But let's see. Hold on one sec. Yeah, if they're cool, that's it's all good. It's all good. I'll do the hammer if I need to, like that last guy who's like, I'm the FAA, you know. But these guys seem nice. It's just I wouldn't appreciate being banned for possessing a different view. I also don't think it's weird. I'm here to enjoy the stream and doing so, but you know, no one's gonna ban you. No one's gonna. But I do need to tell you, like, I do hate to tell you, like, the Earth is flat. You know, it is wrong, and like that's the thing is like it's the difference between like fact and opinion. Like, dude, the ancient Greeks knew that the Earth is round. You know what I mean? Like, they knew that the Earth, they measured the angular difference of shadows on the ground to know, like, that the difference in angle corresponded to a circumference of the Earth that they calculated. You know what I mean? And so it's just interesting that people believe what they believe, and like you are allowed to believe what you believe. Yeah. If you look up how did the Greeks calculate the circumference of the Earth? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you said, what the fuck are you talking about? But that somebody who's telling me that the Earth is flat, I'm assuming doesn't know all the things that we know, how we know it's round. And that's one of those things, is we study what the ancient people knew 2,000 years ago about why the Earth is round. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm talking about, you go crack open a book. Like, he's just being mathematically literate, dude. No, I'm saying the ancient Greeks are smarter than you, not us. We agree with the ancient Greeks. You know what I mean? We agree. And they were damn close, by the way. You know what I mean? They had it. So we're not saying that the ancient Greeks are smarter than us. We're saying that they're smarter than anybody right now, 2,000 years later, that think that the Earth is flat. They knew it, you know. We observe planets that are spherical, you know. We have orbital mechanics. Our satellites are based on orbital mechanics that are necessarily based on a spherical Earth. We see planet formation and star formation. Everything is spherical. The way that gravity behaves, the way that particles attract to each other in space, in hydrogen, in hydrogen gas clouds in space, when star and planet formation happens, that occurs spherically from all directions. You know, we understand the seasons. We understand. You know what I mean? Like, we understand these things. And so I think the problem is you have scientifically illiterate people that are skeptical for things that they don't need to be skeptical about, and not skeptical about things that they do need to be skeptical about. And that's pretty sad. There's nearly 8 billion people on Earth. There's a lot of people with a lot of time to waste coming up with all these theories and laws and physics that, oh my God, guarantee you your European man is back and Poyle, guarantee you guys that neither of you taken a physics class. I guarantee it. I guarantee you that you guys have not taken an astronomy class. And it's not a matter of like, oh, we have, but, you know, it was like government propaganda. The physics class I took was government propaganda. And it's like, you know what, dude, like, that's fine. All I'm saying is, man, is if you guys are like the kind of thing where it's like you are guilty until proven innocent rather than like innocent until proven guilty. Like, show me the proof where it's flat. That isn't some dumb shit. Like, look at the horizon. You're standing on the ground. And like, yeah, I'm hoping that they're trolls. I'm hoping that they're trolls. Like, this is freaking ridiculous, dude. So yeah, I'm like, dude, here's my thing is just if tell me that before we go fly. Tell me that before we go fly, because there's no way that I'm getting in the cockpit with somebody that thinks that this Earth is flat. You know? So my guy made observations and recorded them in physics class and went, nah, this is fake. This is wild. Are you serious? That's so funny. Yeah, it's all good, dude. Anyway, point is Jeppeson's cool, man. Jeppeson's cool. That's the main point. That we got this Disney arrival. And, yeah, it's flat. It's just fucking funny, dude. I think these guys are trolls. And I think they're being satirical, and I think they're being funny. And, you know, I appreciate their comedy. I will say that. They got me to kind of be like, dude, no, we know these, and like science, you know, the science says this and whatever, right? The irony of like the mesosphere. The irony that like the satellites are orbiting Earth and they're like beaming this down, making all this possible and stuff, and they're like, yeah, I think they're just trolls. It's funny. That's fine. The problem is that move on and let the trolls wear themselves out trying to be funny. Yeah, sounds good to me. Let's do it. So anyway, yeah, that's those are some critical differences with the Disney with the arrival. And let's see here. Yeah, approaches. Looking at approaches. So one of the approaches was we looked at the ILS runway 30 into Long Beach. And oh man, that's so funny, dude. It does crack me up that people actually do believe that, though. That is pretty wild. You know, and that's why I'm sorry, like, I was like, that I like indulged. I do appreciate your guys' like satire. But I was watching the other day, or it wasn't the other day, it was kind of a while ago. This All Gas No Brakes. I don't know if you guys know this. Zach, you probably do. All Gas No Brakes YouTube channel. And he goes to a flat earth convention, and it's just like the way that the people, yeah, exactly. I knew it, dude. The way that the people in the flat earth convention speak, the way that they like appear, like the way that they look, and just like it's trust you and believe you when you start calling us trolls and throwing around rude words just because we challenge your opinion. Dude, you don't challenge anybody's opinion. That's what's so funny. This is why the is growing larger. It's not. Dude, growing larger, that's like saying that, you know, a puddle that is in the street like next to the ocean is like has grown like an inch in diameter, you know, or like an inch in radius, when it's like in comparison to the ocean of people that know that the earth is round. It's just funny, dude. Dude, we're growing. Oh man, it's super super funny. So yeah, we have the ILS runway 30 on this approach procedure here, and oh man. Yeah. So one of the shortcomings that we said that there were a couple different shortcomings on this approach. Mainly that the Mauser, the approach light type, was up in the top. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Hold on. All right. Goodbye, sir. And goodbye, sir. Yeah, that's about it for me. Goodbye, sirs. Yeah. Nope. They're out of here. Alright, we don't need fucking idiots in here. Even if they're trolls, it's annoying as fuck. Yeah, Zach, they're actually out of here. Yeah. Yeah, I just banned them. Let's see here. User hidden message from blocked users. Hold up. Yeah, trolls are lame. Although I am trying to... Let's see here. So definitely banned him. And banned him. All right, cool. All right. So I definitely banned. I never really banned anybody before. You can prevent... Oh, thank you, Boo. Let's see here. Block other users. Block a user. Click on their name. Hit the 3 vertical dots. Yeah, I thought that's what I did, though. I think that's what I didn't do before. Gotta have a little fun with these kind of people, though, sometimes. That was fun. Yeah. Block a user. 3 vertical dots. Block username. You can always see a list of who you blocked in the privacy section of your settings. Thank you, Boo. See, the thing is like, when I blocked them, initially, that's what I did. And it wasn't really working. Like, I was seeing, blocked user sent a message, or like hidden blocked user, like, sent a message. And I'm like, I don't want to see that shit. Like, I don't care about anything that these guys have to say, dude. These guys are fucking retards, dude. So, like, what ended up happening was, like, I went back and you can ban people. Yeah, see, Zach, I looked at a different way. Like, I could actually click on their name, and then there's like down at the bottom, you could see it's like a little, like a circle with a line through it and like a time. You can time out a person, you can ban them. Why would you just... I'm not gonna time out some guys that are gonna come back and say some dumb shit. So I just banned them that way, even though the first way actually that you sent me, like, didn't work with the 3 dots for some reason. So it looks like they were banned, and then 21 messages. Yeah, like 20 messages and stuff. It seems like they're out of here, so that's pretty cool. Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, looking at approaches. My bad, guys. Yeah, sorry about that, by the way. It's super lame. Let's look at the ILS runway 30 using Jeppesen. All right. Oh, by the way, what flight are you going to be doing? I actually don't know. I was thinking about doing a flight up the coast and doing Santa Barbara maybe to, I don't know. We should see like how long it's going to take to do we should do Santa Barbara to maybe Santa Maria, and then Santa Maria to Paso Robles or something, handled like a pro. Thanks, love. You're awesome. I don't know. I'm open to doing it wherever. I'm actually we should actually maybe go up the coast a little bit and do like San Luis Obispo to, or like Paso Robles up somewhere. We'll take a look at the chart and like we'll look up like Central California on the coast up north. I'd kind of like to make my way up north to like Oregon and Washington. So yeah, you'll notice some differences here in the approach procedure for Jeppesen. First of all, some similarities. Frequencies are in the top right there. The MSA is in the side. It's to the side, to the right there. We can go back arguing about real stuff like why the F-16 doesn't tell you an angle of attack other than just a bracket. Oh my God, Helios. God. Yeah. Yeah, that is wild. If that's I'm assuming that's true. That's weird. It just blows my mind that, I think it's just insulting to science, like and all of the work that we've done, for over the centuries, you know what I mean? Between scientific revolution and like, the Arabs and Galileo and the Italians, the whole like Copernicus and like Galileo and like all this stuff, like in battling the church versus like what we observe in the universe, in the solar system at least, and now in the universe, like, and then physics making its way, like making its debut, its real debut, and like utilizing like universal laws of gravity and Newtonian laws of gravity, orbital mechanics, like I was saying, orbital mechanics of like satellites and stuff, and computer modeling about like where satellites should be based on, a spherical Earth. Like, it's just like, how has the education system failed you that bad, or what things in life have happened to you that you are so unreasonably skeptical that, you want to be on, everybody wants to be on a team of some kind. Dude, Zach, I was talking about that with Katie, dude. I would love to play Kerbal Space Program. I would be horrible at it now. It's been forever. But I loved that game, dude. I love doing the science. And yeah, the orbital mechanics. It just, yeah, these people, it's like, it's sad, dude. It's really sad, I'm assuming, I assumed that they were not trolls. I actually assumed that, they were serious, but either way, it's kind of like, it's sad if they are trolls. It is sad. Let's see here. Not a lot of differences here in the plan view. We do have kind of like zoomed in, and then with a not to scale box in the bottom with the missed approach hold. The way that like VORs are represented are a little bit different, But here we have like the main differences in the minimum section. So, first of all, we see a table in the left here where, based on a ground speed that specifies ground speed, right? The other approach procedure did not. It just said knots. So this is a reminder, like, hey, this is ground speed. For, let's say, 90 knots, we see 478 feet per minute. Oh my, I'm not fighting anybody anymore tonight. Are you kidding me? Go with the FAA, bro. I teach the FAA. I teach both. I have to teach both. But the fact is when you actually fly for real IFR in real life, the way that Jeppesen has it sequentially like laid out, it does make more sense. When you're flight planning, like an actual IFR flight, it does make more sense to use the Jeppesen materials. But there you go. You know, it's all good. It's all good. But it is nice to know that there's a 3-degree glide slope right there, and that if you're 90 knots ground speed, you'll need just under 500 feet per minute descent rate on that 3-degree glide slope for 3 minutes and 8 seconds. That's really nice. Here's that missed approach that I was talking about. Mauser approach light type with a PAPI off to the left. You would brief it like that. Pilot edge IFR count. Yeah. Pilot edge IFR. Oh, you mean does it count for real life? Yeah. The thing is when you brief an approach the way that you're supposed to with pilot edge, like you would in real life, and you fly IFR with pilot edge just like you would with a real controller, the same things are going to be going on, you know? And so, yeah, that sequence of events, it does flow a lot better. And I'll show you what I mean, when we hop in the sim here in a second. Mauser approach light type, you got the graphical missed approach right there. The ILS, 258 on the altimeter, 220 height above the ground, and 1800 RVR right there. Unless the touchdown zone center line lights are out, then it's 2400 RVR if those are out. The 2400 RVR with those lights out, you can see here with the runway with the rails and the approach lights out, you raise that RVR to 4000 RVR. That is really, really cool that they put that there. That, when you're talking about approach light system out or the touchdown zone lights out, that is in a completely separate section. Where would you go for that? How do you know that? You got to go to a separate section of the terminal procedures publication. In the front of the terminal procedures, they talk about inoperative equipment, inoperative approach light equipment, or approach equipment. And basically, it's what that table is talking about is based on certain things being inoperative on an approach. How are you going to increase the visibility? And so they don't make you hunt for that. They tell you that right there. So when you're over here reading the NOTAMs and you're reading about, approach light system in op, there you go. Runway 30 approach lighting system out of service, except medium intensity and expiration is estimated. So effective September 30th through October 25th. No approach lights are out. That you need to know that. You would read those NOTAMs, and now you need to go hunt for how the minimums change, and then boom, that's what your visibility needs to be. So that's really, really cool that they offer that right there. Again, not making you hunt for anything. Okay. And we already talked about alternate weather minimum. So anyway, that's it for the ground session comparison. FAA versus Jeppesen and all the terminal procedures, airport information, departure procedures. Let me actually get this back here. Departure procedures, arrivals, approach procedures, and alternate weather minimums. What's the comparison and contrast? And yeah, some of the comparisons. So I hope you guys thought that was helpful. I'm gonna get my sim hooked up here in just a second. And what are we up to? IFR tonight. Put that back there. Not on Pilot Edge, but planning out of SGF to Denver for a flight in the Q4XP. I don't know what that Q4XP is. What kind of flights do you usually do? I usually do local flights around my neck of the woods, but I like to go to viewers' areas. The thing is like my Pilot Edge is only good for the Western United States, so you know, I kind of like doing that because ATC is a really crucial part of that process. So which hope you're going to pick up. So you're going to pick up the Fly JSim Q when it's out, right? Oh, I guess I'm just unfamiliar. Fly JSim Q? Not really familiar. But yeah, so I'm thinking let's actually go to SkyVector. And let's check this out, man. Let's start putting together something. So I was thinking about San Luis Obispo, Paso Robles, maybe Paso Robles to Monterey. Let's do that. Let's do that. Maybe we do Paso Robles to Monterey and then from Monterey to San Jose. That'd be pretty cool. Livermore, maybe. What do we have there at Livermore? Runway 25. We've got the RNAV GPS, and it's going to be amazing for use on Pilot Edge. Let's see what to do. I kind of like that idea of Paso Robles to Monterey, and then yeah, Monterey to San Jose. San Jose, I want to say this Reed Hillview is class Delta. Problem is these approaches. Oh no, you got some approaches right here. Yeah. Gilrow. Hotkey let down by the textures. Okay, cool, man. So let's do that. First leg is going to be PRB. Let's see here. Hold on. Flightplan.com. And I will actually use Pilot Edge for X-Plane to file as well. So let's go ahead and create that flight plan. And we're going to go IFR from KPRB to MRY, I believe, right? MRY. Oh, departure date. There we go. Cool. All right. Posted image in your Discord if you look real fast. Oh, dude, yeah, let's do it. Sorry about that. Let's see. Oh my god, you guys, I got another half of a Jersey Mike's waiting for me in the fridge. I'm so pumped. Dude, that plane looks awesome, man. That's pretty sweet. Little like turboprop multi-engine right there. Yeah, that's dope. That's really cool looking. Just shrink this down a little bit. Yee. Don't let it bother you. You're doing great. Comes with the territory. Thanks, love. Thank you, love. You're awesome. Okay, so what do we have here, man? We've got the Paso Robles VOR 248, Victor 248, Brayley Wiggle and then so on. Greater than 10 flights were issued to a piston, an SR-22. It's probably going to be that. So let's go ahead and take that and dial that into our procedures. And I just wanted to see... Flight plan, let's go actually IFR low. KPRB and then KMRY. Routes are going to be, yeah, Brayley Wiggle. And select that route. Upgrade to 10. Okay, so that is our route right there. Pretty straightforward. Looks like Brayley. I wonder why it's Brayley. Let's take a look at the departure procedure out of Paso Robles. All right, obstacle departure procedure, Paso Robles departure. So let's go ahead and take a look at that graphical ODP. Looks good. All right, pretty straightforward airport information page right there on Jeppesen. Let's go to departure and the Paso Robles 1 obstacle departure. So what are they taking off? They're using... Right now, Paso Robles is 200. Oh no, excuse me. It's 160 at 5. So yeah. So I'm assuming that we'll be departing runway 19. That'll work. So from there, so departing runway 19, standard takeoff minimums. Posted some shots in the cockpit too. Very cool. Let's see. Standard takeoff minimums. And then route. So takeoff runway 19. Climb on heading run 194 to 2000, then a climbing left turn, heading 030, intercept the Vortac, proceed on course, and then it is what it is. Cool, so it's really just go to the VOR, and then you're climbing on course. And then we're going to Brayley to Wiggle, and then from Wiggle... What are we doing when we get to Monterey? Let's look at the approaches into Monterey. Monterey for best wind. It looks like the ILS runway 10 right. Localizer, yeah, so best wind. What is the weather over there? 200. So you have wind coming out of the southwest. Or excuse me, why do I keep doing that, you guys? 090 at 7, for God's sake, it's been a long day. 090 at 7, so it's out of the east. So it is favoring 11 or 10. What was it? Yeah, or 10. Yeah, so okay. We could do... Let's try that ILS runway 10. What are we up to? We're going to go from Wiggle to the Monterey. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, it looks like we're going to Salinas. Because Wiggle, I want to say Wiggle is on the localizer. We could do the... Didn't they have a localizer? Localizer runway 28 left. And Wiggle is right there. And then we can just do circling. We could just do a circling maneuver. Let's do that. Let's do the localizer into Monterey. And then we'll just circle. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's what we'll do. So I'll go ahead and hide that. And how low actually does that get us? Gets us down, circle the land, 1,600 feet above the ground. I mean, you know, it's not... It makes sense. You got all this terrain that we're right underneath us. So we're stepping down Charlie, Yidid, Rodney, Wuxen, Zilku. So, yeah, we'll just circle around. And then what are the circling not authorized south of runway 1 right and 28 left? So no circling south. Let me take a look at the airports again. I just want a quick look at the airport diagram. So no circling south of the field. No circling south of 28 left. Okay. So we'll make right traffic for the fields. And that'll work. That will work. Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming we'll get the right downwind. We'll break off and we'll do the right downwind for the runway, but we'll see what the controllers have us do. And then we'll depart we'll reassess. We'll depart and Monterey to San Jose. Sounds good at cheese, you guys. Okay. All right. Pedals are plugged in. Okay. Now, the one thing I am going to do this time is double check and make sure that my X-Plane Navigraph is updated, because I know that was an issue last time. I did go out of my way to make sure after that it was updated. I just want to make sure that we are green, and we are. Sounds good. You guys, do you really think that we had flat earthers in our room tonight? Dude, do we do track IR or not? I think we do. I think we do. Dude, so who in here would do a community like DCS night? Zach and I are itching to get some formation flying and some dogfighting skills worked on and do like a fighter pilot Friday community style if you guys would want to do that, like starting this Friday. Like I'm down, you know. Zach and I are looking at fighter pilot or dogfighting maneuvers, and because I know none, and I barely even know the F-18. Would have to reinstall DCS. I don't have space for that. Ya boy, QB. All good, ya boy. Well, that's the thing, dude. Is like you could just tune in and have a good time and watch and eat popcorn, dude. You know what I mean? It's a fun time for everybody. Dude, Zach, you sent me the bee's knees, dude. That's how I feel about those videos. Like, for real, like you sent me some great stuff. Like I was telling you, I was texting you, dude. Like I need to rewatch. I only watched like 3 or 4 of them. I for sure need to go back and, you know, do it right, which is I had no idea, you know. Take some notes though. We need to take some notes on that stuff. And just to yeah, just to do it right. Like, dude, that was wild. It was really cool, like the physics of it, and like really like the first few videos are like basics, dude. Basics like uh you know, just the circles. He was talking about circles and not like maneuvers. Like he really like, dude, I really enjoyed his breakdown. I'm in DCS right now, still just practicing. It's definitely not easy. Um, yeah, I'd love to. I might even jump on tonight after this, dude. Shit, I got my CFI recurrent done today. I think it's like treat yourself time. I want to play some video games, you know, and I love that Dead Space 2. But yo, DCS though. You know what I'm saying, bro? Let's go here. Maybe not. Yeah, right here is fine. And we are 65710. That would be way sick. I figured out how to make servers. No way. Okay, so then I need your help. Yeah, like we need a co-pilot this for sure. Like I'm sure it's easy. You know what I mean? Like I have done no research on how to do it. I'm sure it's like, how do you do this? And you're like, oh, okay, now I know. You know, so I can definitely do that. But that's dope that you know, that you have some idea on how to do that. Yeah, because it's shit like this where I'm like, dude, if I'm in the F-18 that I can look around like this, like, yo. Okay. 1 second. I need to, like, adjust my... All right, sweet. Put my tablet right there. Yeah, either way, like I'm really, really down, and we have enough people that that come back for more, you know, that would totally join in, and I think we should do that. Imagine restarting with numbers in them, like we have LN prefix Norway, and we shorten registrations like AGT becomes LGT. Yeah, that's cool, man. Like how like different airports have like different, way different designations. Okay, cool. So I think we're good. Um, for now, we need Paso Robles. Okay, guys, let's get this thing started. Mix full rich. A little bit of power there. Mix. And master is on. Strobe and beacon. Is the K in front of U.S. airports just arbitrary, or does it actually mean something? I think it is arbitrary. I actually don't know. I don't know if there's like a history maybe of that. There's some sort of something. All right, and then 1,000 RPM. And mix lean, avionics. And let's go ahead and connect. 65710, let's do it.
Connected to Pilot Edge.
And we've got Oakland Center. Oh yeah, I think it's Oakland Center. Let's try Oakland Center here. 128.7. It's different here than 127 than in real life because of the shortage of of their limitations on their radar of Pilot Edge. 128.7. Oakland Center 65710.
Go ahead.
Just a radio check for volume and stuff like that. Just setting up. Thanks.
One pair.
All right, cool. How did you guys? I didn't get a chance to look at the audio level on the mixer. Did you guys hear that pretty good, or you want that turned up a little bit?
Jefferson, United 220. We had some audio issues there. Just wondering if you called us at all.
Negative.
Roger. Thank you.
Dragon, what's going on? Okay, let's adjust this weather actually. Remove the oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I suppose so. I'm doing well, Dragon. Dude, it was cool to see you the other day in the chat. Where was that? Was that Continuum, I think. Was that Continuum? I forget where I saw you the other day. All these controllers like paid employees somewhat. It might have been CCM. Yeah, these controllers are paid employees, and they in fact, I had one of these Pilot Edge controllers in my stream recently. If you remember that guy, Matt, I think it was. All right, cool. So there's that. And Paso Robles, Unicom, that CTAF is 123.0. 123.0. Yeah, Hawker driver. 120125. 120125. And then ASOS, yeah, it's 125. Okay, cool.
Paso Robles Muni weather. Wind calm, visibility 2. Sky conditions 1400 broken, temperature 18, dew point 16. Altimeter 2998. Paso Robles Muni weather. Wind calm, visibility 2. Sky conditions 1400 broken, temperature 18, dew point 16. Altimeter 2998.
Cool. And we're going to ask for runway 19er. Got an 88 on my commercial written. Dragon, not
Paso Robles
bad
Muni
at
weather.
all, dude. Fantastic.
Calm,
Congratulations.
visibility 2. Sky conditions 1400
That's great, dude.
broken.
It's not easy to do.
Temperature 18, dew point 16.
All right. And then so paid employees are up this late to control planes in a sim. Seemed like a cool concept. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they're open till 11. All right. So we're going to get a clearance. Actually, we haven't filed yet. So let's, oh, that's right. You know what? We need to go to, okay. We're we're going to be IFR 65710. We're a 172 slant Golf. 120 knots true. We are KPRB and KMRY. Cruising at what? We're cruising at 8,000. And alternate airport wise, what are we up to? We're gonna do maybe Los Banos, maybe. RNAV. Not authorized. Not authorized. Okay, we can't use that. Maybe we actually do. We file San Jose. You know what I'm saying? Not authorized. Not authorized. Not authorized. No shit. Okay, so we file SJC as our alternate, and the question is if they're landing, they're 170 at 7. So the question is, what's the weather gotta be at San Jose? Oh shit. What's the weather got to be at San Jose for us to use this as an alternate? We want the ILS. Oh no. Yeah, if it's 170, yeah, we want the ILS 12, right? So, and it gets us down 205 feet above the ground. That's pretty nice. So let's check it out. Let's go to this and go to the alternate weather minimums. SkyVector uses the FAA stuff, so just for convenience, like since I'm in SkyVector, I'm just gonna do that. We are in San Jose. SJC ILS 212 right, not authorized when the tower's closed. So the standard, they have standard alternate weather minimums. It's a precision approach, so it's 602. So we'll use SJC. And then the route. So the route of flight, it's going to be this. And using custom weather, we have information Zulu filed. Bam. All right, cool. All right. Cool. 1 2 0 0 1 2 no 1 2 0 0 on altitude, and we have the weather. Let's get the ATIS for Monterey. ATIS for Monterey. Ooh, there we go. We needed that one. ATIS for Monterey is 119.25. All right, 119.25. Excellent. And we're good there. According to the chart, we're using, according to the departure procedure, we're using the Paso Robles 1 ODP, so that's going to be utilizing Paso Robles VOR. That's going to be 114.3. And we're initially going to intercept the 335. It's the 155 radial on a 335 course. Not sure I would depart VFR in this weather, but then again, I'm a light sport guy. I've only flown in day VFR conditions, as light sports aren't authorized to fly IFR even with required equipment. That's true. Light sport pilots, yeah, light sport pilots. And we're doing this at night as well. That's another tough one for light sport. But all good, man. We're gonna do this IFR, so all's well. And I think we're good. I think we're good. So let's go ahead and write down our
request, sir.
Clearance to Monterey.
Three 906 Delta, departure frequency 120.4, squawk 6264.
Is that too loud for you guys?
That's 6 Delta, read by correct.
Oakland Center, Cessna 65710 is requesting IFR Monterey as filed.
65710, Oakland Center, clear to Monterey Airport, as filed, maintain 8,000. Departure frequency is 128.7, squawk 1575, hold for release.
All right, appreciate you putting that together. 65710, clear to Monterey, as filed, 8,000. 128.7 1575 is the code for 65710.
65710, read back correct, advise on this frequency ready for departure.
Wilco 65710. Yeah, by the way, you tell the guy your aircraft type and equipment as well, but it's all good. All right, and then 128.7. 128.7 and 1575. 1575, 8,000 as filed. Love it. All right, dudes, let's do it. Let's go taxi light. Now let's go nav light. Let's go lights on, dude. Awesome. Parking brake.
3996 Delta, Boeing ground runway 14 left, taxi via Alpha.
Oh, are we like... Wow, okay. This is like a weird mapping of the ground. Alright! The beach house, now following. Thanks for the follow. We are doing a IFR nighttime IMC from Paso Robles to Monterey, California. Coming up to taxiway Alpha right there. This is when we would call, you know, this is a non-towered airport. We'd say, you know, Paso Robles traffic, Cessna 65710 is taxiing Bravo Alpha to runway 19er. Oh yeah, you love Monterey. Are you familiar with Monterey? I think it's gonna look really cool. I'll kind of lighten it up actually if we can. In fact, I'll do that right now. Kind of make it like a dusk situation. It's not the times of the day are not really super awesomely modeled. Monterey would look so beautiful, dude, in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. I prefer X-Plane. Spent some time down there on business a lot. More in the Carmel Bay, Carmel by the Sea. Whoa, oops. But both areas are gorgeous. Oh my god, dude, I gotta go there in real life. I haven't spent really much time there, just kind of passing through, you know. All right, so we gotta go do our, oops, sorry about that, guys. All right, cool. Here we go. We do our flight controls here. We do our cigar check, right? Do our cigars for the run-up. Flight controls are free and correct. Instruments, we're 0, straight and level. Altimeter is, let's see, what was it again? 2998. And,
3996 Delta,
and that
Boeing
should be
tower runway
within
14 left,
75
for
feet of
takeoff.
the field elevation, which is 803 right there. So that is within 75 feet. And that is showing 803. 0 and heading indicator, let's set that to compass. We are just on that side of east. Heading indicator is going to be set to a 194. Very nice. And 0 in the center. We got that 335 radial from, or that rather the 155 radial from Paso Robles that we're going to catch with our ODP that we briefed. And we'll give that another look and stuff, and then we'll kind of take it from there. Got 1575 in there. Okay, cool. Instruments look good. Temperature, pressure, gas, and parking brake is set. And 1700 RPM. Looks good. I'm looking at that RPM drop. Testing our dual mags. Looks great. Let's temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical. Let's load the electrical with pitot heat and flaps. Yeah, those the amps hold. Very nice. And no carb heat, so we're just gonna go check idle. And it idles really nicely. All right, cool. Back up to 1,000. Ooh. Somebody landing Paso Robles. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's put this in the flight plan too. So we got Paso Robles. This is the Garmin 530 for those of you that aren't familiar. That's the 530 and the 430. It's pretty cool, little like IFR certified GPS. It's gonna be the Paso Robles VOR.
3996 Delta, Center departure ready contact, remain outside of Bravo airspace. United 220, contact Salt Lake Center, 135.77.
3577, sorry. For United 220.
Victor 28, let's see here, to Brawley.
Salt Lake City Center, United 220, 400.
United 220, Salt Lake Center, roger.
Okay. Yeah, it's the one shortcoming about this GPS unit is that it doesn't load airways. It's kind of a party foul. Otherwise, a pretty good little GPS right there. Wiggle is our next is our fix right there. You can see. Wiggle with it. Boom, 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 boom. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I watch this, I follow this like Instagram account called Floof Noodles, and it's this guy, I think, or somebody, but it's their ferrets. You know, everybody's got their pets on social media or whatever. This guy puts his ferrets up there. It's like a whole bunch of, not like a ton of them, but I mean, it's like a good handful, like 5 of them. They're all like friends, you know, they're all their little playmates. And one of them in particular, like, he's got these videos where it dresses this one up in like a chef's, in like costumes or whatever, and like dances and stuff. It's like the cutest thing ever, dude. And one of them is that wiggle with it, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And it's like this ferret's doing this like this like seductive dance. It's actually pretty funny. It sounds weird, but it's actually hilarious because they got little tummies, dude, and like it's just super funny. MYF, love it. And then procedure, we're gonna go to procedure right here. Select an approach in MYF, and we will be doing the procedure approach ILS 28 right. It's going to be the localizer that we're actually doing, but it's the same, you know, it's... No, wait, I'm tripping, dude, I'm tripping. It's not MYF, it's MRY. I always mix those up. MRY. MYF is Montgomery. MY in San Diego. MYF. No, MRY. Damn it, you guys. Presidential OG, what's up? Good evening. Good evening. Dude, wait a minute. Didn't I save it? Do you think I could pass my medical for private pilot with stage 4? Oh, my. Or is that automatic? I don't think that's a disqualification. I don't think so. I think you should try. I think you should, you gotta do what you can. I think that's a beautiful thing that you're even thinking about it. Yeah, that's gnarly. I would definitely try. And if you're having trouble like researching it, reach out to me. Let's oh, tripping. There we go. Yeah, I admire your courage as well, man. I think we all do. Like, go do it, dude. And reach out to any of us to help, you know what I mean? This is a good community. These are good, beautiful people in here. We'll do what we can, and I'll certainly do it as well. We'll figure it out. Absolutely. No, you're fucking awesome, dude. Where are you? Are you down in the LA area? I'll help train you myself, dude. Where are you at in LA, dude? Talk to me. Shit, did I get that right? Yeah, Wiggle, Culver City. You fly out of Santa Monica? Yeah, I want to start training out of Santa Monica. I don't fly out of Santa Monica. I fly out of Long Beach. And I'm not checked out in Santa Monica. But I just got my badge for Long Beach. You want to DM me and you want to come fly with me? Let's make it happen. Let's do it. I just got my badge. We'll go together. We're not going to, like, fuck around at all. Could be a medical DQ because of treatments, meds. Listen, let me tell you something right now. If it is disqualifying, 0 fucks. We're gonna go. And that's super duper gnarly. And you know what? Fuck it. Like, you're gonna get to fly. I'm gonna let you fly. And we'll go look at some clouds, dude. We'll go do some approaches. We'll do some landings. I'll even sign you a logbook. Like, if you want to get a logbook, I don't even give a shit, dude. I don't give a shit, man. Let's get you up in the air, you know? Hit me up, go to my About Me page, find my email or find my Instagram. Instagram would probably be best. But I don't give a goddamn. Let's figure it out. Why is this like not showing up as a route? You know what I'm saying? This should be Paso Robles. Oh, you know why? Because this flight plan, yeah, we need this leg activated. We need Brawley, Paso Robles VOR to Brawley. I'm going to activate that leg, and that looks way better. That's awesome. I started my flight training in El Toro. I think nowadays it's called the Great Park or something. I hope you get to go up, Presidential. Yeah, dude, we'll take care of Presidential, dude. We'll get this guy up and kicking ass, dude. We'll take him up in something fancy, dude. Presidential, go look up do not associated Skipper. Okay, so you do know that the chemo and it disqualifies them from like a chemo standpoint. I probably have my PPL. I'd probably have my PPL, maybe even CPL if this community existed 20 years ago. But now, life, kids, bills. I have the time. I have Rum Ruffian. Hey, I appreciate those kind words, man. Those are kind words to me personally. And you know what? It's never too late. I've trained 50-year-old. I've trained 65-year-old. You know, when it's our time to do it, it's our time to do it. I think if you're in active treatment of chemo, it's disqualifying. I have another surgery coming up in a few weeks, but we'll see how it goes. Worth a shot at least. Yeah, it sounds like it's the chemo that would be the DQ. So just check it out. And again, let me actually, we're ready to go. Sorry guys, I just got like caught up in this like real talk shit. You first of all, best of once you beat it, you should be good. Yeah, dude, I would think fucking even, you know, I mean, I would think that no matter what, you're good actually. It sounds like the chemo would be the thing.
Approaching runway 19.
And yeah. Please get in touch with me. We'll get you down to Long Beach, and I'll tell, because see the guy, yeah, it doesn't matter. In fact, Presidential, look up yeah, we'll figure it out. It's fine. We'll totally get you up, and I just got my badge today, so look up the G1000. We'll go in something like bougie as fuck, dude. We'll go in that G1000. Look up like 172 G1000, and we'll do it right. Yeah, everybody, that gift that sub presidential for when you fuck up that cancer's life, dude. When you go in for that surgery and you beat the shit out of that cancer, that we'll have a celebration flight for you, dude. Let's go ahead and turn that pitot heat on. Lights, been fine for 2 years, never ends. All good though. Yeah, we'll do it, bro. We'll do it. Full rich, and off chemo, you should be okay if you are still taking certain cancer drugs. Dude, Skipper, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the insight, because I have no fucking, I don't know, Okay, 128. Let's get the maps. Oh yeah, and you know what? We need the departure procedure just to like kind of comply here. So we'll do the procedure, departures, and then that. It's a straight out 194 to 2000 and then a 030. Okay. PPL, wife is, cancer. In remission, but still on chemo. She is not licensed. I see. Is this Flight Sim 2020? Captain, no, this is a X-Plane, actually. We're doing an IFR flight, and I prefer the dynamics for IFR flying. Like, the X-Plane's got a better model, in my opinion. Okay, so here we go, guys. We're on with Oakland Center. Oakland Center, 65710, holding short, runway 19er, doing the ODP.
65710, time is 0456, release to departure. Frequency change approved.
All right, we'll talk soon. Frequency change approved, 65710. All right, we're cleared final. Let's do it, dudes. I do not jump on VAT Sim. I actually never used...
Approaching runway 19.
I actually never used
Entered
VAT Sim.
runway 19.
I hate this chick so much, dude. Yeah, dude, I integrate ForeFlight. Well, I integrate ForeFlight regardless. Although when I'm on Microsoft Flight Sim, I use that Navigraph stuff. But yeah, this is Pilot Edge. I have a program called Lonely Screen, and that syncs my, I have an iPad right in front of me right here. I just have ForeFlight. Okay, so let's run this thing up. 2000. Systems look green. Temperature, pressure, vacuum, and let's do it. We're straight out to 2,000 feet. Started flying VATSIM last year, and now I find the flying experience is lacking without ATC to talk to. Dude, that's the cool thing about these services is you really think that you're on top of it until you have to start talking to somebody, and then it just all falls apart. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's important that we realize that. And it's one of like the most important aspect of a simulative experience. That's what we're going for here. We're going for a simulative experience. And, without that added workload, it's just like not there. And let's see here. What did he say, by the way? It's all right. Skipper, thank you for the follow. 128.7. Oakland Center 65710 is 1005, climbing 8000.
Oakland Center, radar contact.
All right, we're 2,000 and then a left turn 030. So climb check. Temperature, pressure, vacuum is good. Lights, power prop, mix, flaps, radio. Climb check complete, cruise to go. Here comes 2,000, and it's going to be a left turn 030. All right, standard rate turn. Just making sure we keep our scan up. Got 030 coming in there, watching our standard rate turn. And turn those strobes off, you know what I'm saying? That actually does happen in real life. It's kind of weird. Alright, cool. There's that 030. And we're going to catch that, you can see that the departure procedure up in that top right-hand corner. We're going to catch that 335 course inbound to the Paso Robles station. So let's go ahead and test that VOR right now with that Morse code right there. Yeah, it's kind of hard for you guys to hear. I have to figure out why, like how I can help you like hear it better. But yeah, so that Morse code is good. And there's our same side safe. Make that turn to 335. The Beach House with the sub. Thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it tremendously. Let's fly this 335 intercept. We're gonna need like a very shallow angle. And we're climbing up to 8,000. 8,000. So we're 3,000 for 8,000. And we just picked up that leg on the 4 flight right there. So there's 335. I'm not really worrying about it too much. We're 3,005 for 8. I'm just watching that the attitude indicator. I got this nice like inverted V scan right now going on, and then I got that T going, and then I got the inverted V somewhere, inverted V here, inverted V speed, inverted V heading. Like right now I'm going to be inverted V to the VOR1. So inverted V is a really good instrument scan. Good starting point for your instrument scan. With the gift sub from Beach House, thank you so much. I know everybody appreciates it. That's insane. Thank you. I'm really happy that that you know you came across this channel and that you're stoked on it, man. Welcome. Yeah, really helpful too, like to get that, you know, to keep that channel alive. I've worked really hard to kind of get to a point where I can teach these things, and you know, as a certified flight instructor, like, you know, yeah, legend, complete legend, dude. It's awesome, man. It's awesome, you know. It's awesome to have that support, you know. Let's see here. Oh yeah, breaking out of look at how nice the twilight, you know, the twilight kind of, you know, night. CDL, what is going on? Hey everybody, CDL, fantastic channel. You're probably already aware of him already, but really cool guy, supporter of this channel, and just a supporter of you know, bringing people together, the aviation community. And fostering like a really cool environment for, you know, for us to all hang out together. Like his channel is just awesome, and humongous fan. Okay, now this is a 326. Actually, we should be on 326. No wonder why we're off. 326. We're right now, CD. We're kind of in my neck of the woods, somewhat, and we're doing welcome to the dark side. Man, yeah, we're doing a little bit of IFR flying in X-plane to my neck of the woods in from Paso Robles to Monterey. Should be really pretty, and Really cool. Actually, CDL, you would I think you would appreciate tonight's ground session was FAA versus Jeppesen comparison. It was pretty good. It's something I've been meaning to do for a long time. Are you running enhanced cloudscapes? I am not, actually. This is totally stock X-Plane 11. You know, obviously incomparable to the sights of Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Let's do this. Let's go nav, and let's go altitude, vertical speed. Now that should straighten out. There we go. Yeah, there we go. 325. It's quite literally, CD, just reading your message. It's quite literally my day job. Hey man, that is not a bad day job at all. Looks like we got an airport off to the 10 o'clock position there. That must be what, 2C? Hunter Liggett, seems like. We got 7,006 for 8. Got the heading bug here. All right. Do yourself a huge favor. It's a $15 plug-in for X-Plane. Makes the sky look like 2020. Procedurally drawn clouds. Little or no frame rate hit. Skies look freaking amazing. Oh my god, I'm so down for that. Yeah, that the sky for Flight Sim 2020 is just ridiculous. It's so nice. All right, so there's 7,000 feet. We got another 1,000 to go. We're gonna integrate that into our check, you know, our call outs. We gotta, now that we're out of the visible moisture, we can turn those strobes on. Nice little airport off in the distance. I really like this, the effects, the shadow, and like kind of the lighting effects of this rotating light. Presidential, hey bro, got a dip. Nice meeting you guys. Added you on Instagram. Hopefully talk soon. Good stream. Pleasure was mine, man. I'm really looking forward to getting together. We will get you in the air, regardless. So don't even worry about it. Probably gonna need to meet up at Long Beach for that, but not a big deal, dude. So we will talk soon. So yeah, and also like feel free to join my Discord, you know. Have a great rest of the night. Okay, we're coming up on 8,000. We're just gonna ease this off to a couple hundred feet per minute. And at 8,000.
Yeah, 220 Connect Select Center 128.72.
Press altitude, and it's going to hold that 8,000 right there. Got that power is back there. Looks like we got a ground speed of
220, contact Salt Lake Center, 128.72.
115. We're picking up some speed. Nice. And we'll do our cruise check. We just pull up, there's our chart right there. Looks like Yurgu is 15 DME from Paso Robles. We're here at 11.8. So we just want to keep an eye on that. We know because, you know, when we had initially when we sent, or I'm sorry, that's not Yurgu. That's Brawley. Brawley is 15. Yurgu is 13 actually.
United 220 Salt Lake.
When we initially put in the route, you know, we didn't want to spend a bunch of time. Continuum rating with a party of 84. You guys, Continuum is another one where this guy is really quality channel. Really quality channel, Continuum. This guy is just the coolest guy. Does really cool flights in 2020. He's been experimenting recently with the Mooney, which is just like a beautiful airplane. Continuing with the sub. What is going on, my friend? Hey, everybody. DJ from Continuum. We got some familiar faces in here. It's excellent to see you guys. It is fantastic. So for those of you new to the channel, my name is Philip, and I'm a certified flight instructor down in Los Angeles. And I try and do like a hybrid kind of like ground school. Hello, does this thing work? Hello, does this thing work? Hello. What the hell, Dragon? Dragon. And I try and like do like a ground school thing to a ground school sim hybrid kind of thing to the Twitch streaming space. And it's something that I'm really enjoying doing, and flight sim is something that I just absolutely love. And let's see here, that is going to be the desired track of 302. And so, you know, by joining this channel, you know, joining the Discord and following this channel, you know, like there are some other channels on here, you know, where there are very few of us that are very dedicated to bringing education to the streaming space, and that very much is my passion. And then as a certified flight instructor, you can't really beat it. I bring, you know, PowerPoint presentations to our ground sessions and cover everything from IFR flying to private pilot flying, from cross-country flight planning, regulations, weather, and then, you know, we put it to work in the sim like we're doing right now. Like tonight was, thank you for the follow, Rum Ruffian. Tonight was a comparison of terminal procedure charts, airport diagrams, and arrival charts. Let's see here, nav, trim, it should be straightening out. Yeah, so I just, yeah, tonight we had a couple hours of Jeppesen versus FAA, and just the compare and contrast, which is really important for you guys because, you know, a lot of you guys use Navigraph, right? You use Navigraph for your navigating, and that's all Jeppesen stuff, you know. But if you're doing flight training, you're probably using the government stuff, the FAA stuff. So, you know, I thought it'd be really good to do a comparison, and we're looking how they compare tonight as we do a IFR flight from Paso Robles to Monterey, and then from Monterey to San Jose. Actually, it's gonna be really good. So definitely welcome to the channel. It's a pleasure to give you guys this education, and worst case scenario, help you guys you know, do what you do a little bit better, maybe, you know, in your streams. So I'm trying to get this broken stuff down here. I'm trying to maybe like reduce that time, maybe get some broken clouds in here. That looks a little bit better, actually. 6 a.m. on my day off. I doubt I'll catch you again. No, I'm sure you will. I'm sure we'll cross paths. Katie, by the way, 200 followers. Congrats, Captain. Thank you so much. You're adorable. Starflies is a good example of what you're talking about. Yeah, I've heard of Starflies. That's really cool. Is that streamer a CFI? Still have an outdated CFS cap Toronto area paper chart with the E6B. Dude, yeah, we do E6B. Yeah, she is excellent. I love that. I love that. You know, you want to see more. I get so excited anytime, you know, there's you know, anytime I see the women like pushing through in the industry is phenomenal. You know, I'll have to like follow her and see if we can do like some collaborative work. Be really, really nice. She's a master of the F-bomb. Yeah, I try and be good about that. Hey, let's get our cruise check complete, okay? Let's do our cruise check flow from the door to the floor. What do you say? Temperature, pressure, fuel's good. Temperature, pressure, EGT is there. Vacuum and electrical is good. Lights are good. Power mix, flaps trimmed, and fuel selector. Yeah, I try not to go super crazy. I wouldn't be allowed to watch her little ears about. Yeah. What does she fly? Like, why do you guys enjoy watching her? What kind of flying does she do? Like commercial flying, or does she do like airliner stuff, or does she do like GA? Does she do ground school as well? Does she bring like ground school to her streams? She does backcountry bush flying. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Very, very cool. Very cool. She does fantastic 4-hour flight before she flies. Well, she's funny and goes on epic rants. She has an epic 4-hour weather briefing. Oh, dude, that's freaking awesome, man. You get somebody super dedicated. Super, super dedicated. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. Really, really cool. So yeah, cruise check complete. Let's get these A's going, okay? Oakland Center 65710.
Go ahead.
Just checking in, make sure I didn't miss a frequency change. All right, so we got COM2 ready to go. You do all kinds of oddball flying, NDB approaches. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna try and mix it up. I definitely I'm gonna try and do more variation. Like I do some high performance stuff on here with the 182 turbo with the G1000, you know, and I'll walk through the G1000 process. I want to start doing, you know, I have an X-Plane. I have to re-download them, but I've got like the PC-12. I've got the Citation Mustang as well as the 550. Or in Microsoft Flight Sim, you know, I've got the working title CJ4. I'm definitely trying to do some more too. I've been kind of gravitating more toward GA though recently, just because people have expressed like they want to see more of that, and have more of like an applied lesson on why we do what we do. And so yeah, I've been kind of torn about that, and I prefer, you know, like if I'm gonna do, like recently I did a VOR ground and sim session on like how to actually utilize and navigate using the VOR, and you know, you gotta doing it in something other than GA is kind of tough, because you know those airplanes go so fast. Like other airplanes go so fast that some people, it's like hard for people to like kind of keep up with what's going on. And I want it to be very much about the education and not about flashiness, but variation is actually really good. So it's something I want to be a little bit better about moving forward. Happy. You were flying the Seneca. Ooh,
Monterey
nice.
information
Ooh, we're
Zulu.
getting the weather. Nice.
000 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility 2. Sky conditions 2000 broken, temperature 18, dew point 14. Altimeter 299A. Arriving runways 28 right, 28 left. Departing runways
Hauling cargo
28
on
right, 28
on
left.
air around BC.
Advise
Did
on
Campbell
initial
River,
contact, you
Vancouver.
have Zulu.
Oh wow, dude, Happy, you're doing some great stuff too. I'll have to like follow your channel. That's awesome. Looks like we got 2,000 feet broken.
Monterey Regal information Zulu. 000 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility 2. Sky conditions 2000 broken.
Doing biz jet
temperature
flights,
18,
explaining
dew
in the
point
Phenom.
14.
Yeah, I saw the
Altimeter
Phenom.
299.
The Mustang is the one that I
Arriving
was
runways 28
flying.
right,
Another
28 left.
very light jet.
Departing runways 28 right.
All right, so we have
28 left.
2,000 feet broken.
Advise on initial
We're definitely
contact,
going to be
you
coming
have
through the
Zulu.
clouds pretty good. Coming up to Wiggle, let's go ahead and brief our approach. We have the weather. And this is definitely going to be...
Monterey Regal information Zulu.
Oh yeah,
000
wind calm. So we're just
Zulu
going to
weather.
land. I'll do the circling
calm,
maneuver anyways.
Visibility 2.
And there's a restriction on the approach that says there's no circling south of the field, so we got to adhere to that. Approach, ILS, localizer, runway. Oh no, that was the, no, not this. It was the localizer 28 left, that's right. We have the weather. Let's brief this approach. We have the ATIS and NorCal approach is going to be, let's see here, 144, probably 133.0, if I have that right. Looks like we got, what, 10 minutes to wiggle. Final approach course of 278. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to set...
Yes,
The
sir.
localizer is going to be 110.8.
So if I can get VFR and frequency change.
6 Delta Radio Services terminated, squawk VFR, frequency 50.
Final approach course of 278. No, Skipper. My videos, I've just started recently saving them to my YouTube channel. I'm a little late to that, but yeah, they should all be there actually. Final approach course is 278. 278. Yeah, feel free. You know, the one I'm really looking forward to redoing soon is the airspace. Airspace, because you know, that's a great one to cover in ground. I have a PowerPoint of that, and then we go into Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 with like all the beautiful scenery, and you know, utilizing pilotage, not pilot edge, but like pilotage as like a method of navigation, with ForeFlight up in the corner there, like to identify landmarks and where the airspace actually is. Really, really nice. All right. Rodney, touchdown zone elevation 257, MSA is right there. Missed approach is a climb to 3,000, climbing right turn to 5,000 on heading 360. Inbound on the Salinas VOR 264 radial. That's a and hold. That's a direct entry. DME required. No problem. We got the GPS going. Terrain, notable terrain right under the final approach course actually. We're going to be 6,100, stepping down 54 at Uted, Rodney. Final approach fix at Rodney, and then stepping down on the final segment to a circling minimum of 1860 with a 1.25 miles visibility. Runway and identifier lights. We got the Pappy off to the right. Approach briefing is complete. And we're going to be asking Oakland Center for the localizer 28 left. Oakland Center 65710 has information Zulu for Monterey.
Roger.
Dude, look at these clouds. I mean, I know they don't look great like 2020, but dude, I just live for this in real life IFR flying. When you come out like this right here, when you just, oh, oops, very anticlimactic. When you come out of the clouds and you're just like surrounded by them, it's just the best. Now, Happy, you were saying, wait, so let's make sure we have our 5As done while we get ourselves ready. So we have the ATIS, we have our altimeter setting, approach briefing is complete, avionics, so we've got the next approach controller in there, we're looking good. And then the aircraft configuration, descent check, temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical lights, power mix, flaps, trim, and fuel set to both. Descent check complete. And let's go ahead and get that nav1 going when we can. We should get a indication here that the localizer is picking it up and when it's ready. Happy, so you're saying that, is that you also do trucks, trains, military flying in DCS? Is that you or the fire, was her name Firefly? DCS is something I've been thinking about doing too for you know, for the folks that are just joining. Like me and a few of the regular guys here are thinking about either making like a wing, like an actual like DCS wing in the Discord community, and where we could all, you know, join a server and do DCS flying together. I know I've been really itching to get inside, to get into the F-18 and really learn the airplane, landings, like using ordnance and like, you know, all kinds of things, but also dogfighting, you know, with each other and learning actual dogfighting maneuvers. And I just think that would be so cool. And just something different. I think it looks really cool. And free FA-18 coming to Microsoft Flight Sim in November. Just announced today. No dogfighting though. Dude, that is rad. Oh no, dude, CD, I disagree. I think like if you could join the server with each other on you know, in a couple of F-18s, you know, even though there's no shooting, like you could definitely go through that's what me and another guy were talking about. Like we would just go through the motions and the actual dogfighting maneuvers, you know, and just practice on each other instead of really trying to shoot each other down. Like just a couple of friendlies like that are play fighting, that, you know, and really you know, making it going through those motions, you know. But that sounds great. So yeah, CDL is great point of contact for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Play fight rather than go on DCS. The thing is, man, is it would be fun either way. You know, it's gonna be fun either way. And even play fighting is fun. Like if you're going online and you're really like investigating how to do the dogfighting, what the maneuvers actually are, how to manage energy, how to close distance or create distance, how to fly defensively, how to like turn the tables on somebody trying to aggress onto you, you know, all the different like mechanics that go into
65710, connect NorCal approach 121.3.
121.3, 65710. 121.3. Like that actually is fun, and yeah, it's super fun obviously to like shoot someone down, but like I think it'd be really, really cool to just in general like learn those maneuvers. NorCal approach 65710 is 8,000.
65710 NorCal approach, Monterey altimeter, tree 00 tree, cross wiggle at about 7,000, cleared localizer, runway 28 left approach.
All right, cross wiggle at 7,000, cleared localizer 28 left into Monterey, and actually, we'll get a circle to the north if that's okay.
November 6570, why would you circle to the north?
Was the wind? Oh, I guess we're using it's like wind calm. I was just looking to practice. Could have swore I saw on a earlier report the wind was blowing the other way, but could be wrong.
Are you looking for a circle to the 10s?
Yeah, it'd be a circle to the 10s, just to like practice the circling maneuver.
Alright, that would be the proper request. Request a circle to the other runway. November 657, beginning to expect that.
Roger, thanks. Yeah, because the wind there at Monterey right now, even though we're using our own weather, the wind is 290 at 4. You know what? Actually, let's just land normal, I guess. NorCal approach 65710. Sorry about that. Closer look at the weather. We'll just take in this 28 left straight in. Thanks.
Okay.
Dude, you guys, should I call him back and change my mind like 5 more times? Okay. So then, wiggle should be... Yeah, wiggle and then Charlie. So we'll continue on the GPS course. He said 7, so let's go down. Iowa Scotsman, I have DCS but still haven't learned the F-18 due to lack of time. I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, I haven't really had the time either. I've been really working on my CFI recurrent training. Like every 24 months, we need a new, some recurrent training to renew our certificate. And so I just finished today. I'm super, super pumped. And I have like other jobs. Like I put together teaching materials for a flight training app that's going to be competitive with like Sporties and that type of thing. And so I'm putting together stuff for that and making sure my own ground school stuff is up to date, and so yeah, I've just now found the time to do that. All right, so wiggle should be let's see, we should be desired track of 280.
Destination ATIS is 119.
And all I'm looking for is I'm looking for that localizer to come up right there. Coming up on 7,000 right here. It's reducing our descent rate. There's 7,000. Altitude hold. And the desired track between those two is 280, so I should be good right there. And then we're cleared localizers, so wiggle, we're coming up to Charlie. We can be inside of wiggle, we can be 6,100 actually. And all I'm doing is just waiting for that localizer to pop up, right? That is 110. Oh, you know what? Oh, we didn't catch it, dude. We should be 110.7. There we go. All right. So I'm going to hold that heading right there take this down to 6100. There's a nice like kind of view of the step downs. And coming up to Charlie. Nav 1. Yeah, Skipper. Literally at the same time, dude. Same time. Yeah, sorry about that mix up. So, let's bring these clouds down a little bit. And we do have that. So the final approach course, that is 278. We can follow that nav, and we got that localizer in there just like that. 61 altitude hold. So problem shows the benefit of identification. Yeah, that's the thing is like for some reason the audio does not come in for the identification, and you're absolutely right. Like that's a standard practice to ID the localizer and the VORs. In fact, let's use Salinas. Should be 117.3 down here. 117.3. And that should be the 140 radial. And there we are. Charlie to Uted, 5400. We're still tracking good. We are 6,000 for 5,400. Just want to keep calling that out. Let's make this interesting. Let's do clouds stratus. There we go. We cannot see nothing out there. All right. Localizer DME right there. All right, we're looking at coming up on 5,700. We need to get down to 54. Yidded is 14.6 DME. Yidded at or above 5,400 for Yidded. 110.7. Yeah. All right, cool. No, that's the thing. So if I 54. Oh, and we can continue 54. Rodney is 4,600. We can continue. Yeah, so Skipper, I was looking at the Morse code and identified it earlier, because if I do this, if I go nav 1 or nav 2, you can't hear anything. And I don't really know why. I think it's like an audio setting that I have to fix. But yeah, so Rodney at 46. Let's get down there. And this, we're going to do this at 120 knots, so let's go 743, and then the tower is 118.4. So Rodney... And this right here should be activated, actually. Rodney to Wilson. And that's 40... Ooh. Wuxen should be 4,000. Oh, yeah, we're coming up to Wuxen. My bad. Nav1 localizer does ident in GPS. Yeah, so we are Wuxen to
6570, Connect Monterey Tower, 118.4.
118.4, 65710. All right, so we are Wuxen to Zilko. Zilko 3000. Still tracking. And we are circling to, let's see here. Yeah, to, that's a 10 right. Monterey Tower, 65710 on the localizer, 28 left, circling 10 right.
6570 Monterey Tower, circle north of the field, left down, order 10 right to the land.
All right, clear to land 10 right, circling north and in the downwind, 6570. All right, cool. So Zilku is 3,000. Let's get down there. And actually, I could use a Salinas is a 084. Coming up on Zilku. We're actually a little bit higher than we, could be in theory. Zilku is 3,000 feet.
Monterey Regal Information Alpha.
Field's reporting 1,000 foot overcast. And we're coming down to 1860. Proto Man, Cloud Life's good, dude. Cloud Life's treating us good, man. Very, very good. Very good. Good to see you, dude. Been a little while. Yeah, so we're looking at about 1900 feet. And we're just gonna circle north of the field. And actually, the clouds, they were reporting 1,000. So that is 1,600 feet above the ground. So we gotta lift these clouds a little bit.
Monterey Regal Information
1,800 overcast. Cool, man. We should be able to come out just in time. We got some obstacles right there, right beneath us. Oh, dude, Proto, you watching some of my old stuff, taking some notes? That's awesome. Are you getting into those regulations, or what are you getting into? All right.
3 mile final runway 28 left.
Yeah, the missed approach is over the departure end of the approach end of the runway. So we're just going to continue on this localizer on this heading right here. DME of 0.1 puts us right at the foot. You have acronyms. None of my instructors know. I was telling mine today about the 66 hit one. Oh yeah, 66 hit, dude. They don't know that one? That's a pretty standard one. All right, what's this missed approach? To 3,000 and then a right turn to 5,000. We're just hanging out right here at 1860 at like essentially 1900. Because, you know, that's our circling minimum. You can see why, all this terrain around us here. I mean, it's like no joke. All right, there's the field in sight. Helicopter instrument is trash in here. Trash teaches trashy because they only know the minimums. Just wow. Okay, cool, man. Okay, so let's skedaddle. We're actually gonna go mist, and from Salinas we're gonna go to San Jose. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna go punch it. Vertical speed. Monterey Tower 65710 is going mist.
Six 5710, execute the missed approach. Procedure is published. Connect NorCal approach 121.3.
Over to 121.3, 65710. Alright, so we're gonna climb here to, what does this say? 3,000 feet, and then a right turn 5,000 on a 360 heading. Sounds good, man. This is when we would identify Salinas and make sure that Salinas is working. Very, very important. Coming up on 2006 for 3,000, and temperature, pressure, vacuum, electrical is good. We'll lean here shortly. Oh, you know what? Heading. Yeah, that airplane was turning. We only do one flight IFR plan the whole course and aren't really expected to ever use it. IFR rating. Oh man, yeah. Then I bet that IFR stuff that I talk about is kind of music to your ears then, which I really appreciate. All right, that's a 360 on the heading. Gonna lean. We're getting kind of slow, so I'm gonna pitch down a little bit, and we'll go do that 360 and 084 for Salinas. So that's 117.3 is here. Oh, dude, that's awesome, Proto. Yeah, do that, man. I love the sound of that. Well, that's the cool thing about sim, you know, like money's the issue for all of us, and sim it provides us that opportunity to get good at something before we actually, you know, commit to it, and you know, we could save up and everything. It's awesome, man. 084 is what we're looking for here. 084. There's that. We're north. We're same side safe. Looks pretty good, man. And we're going to need a new IFR clearance as well. So we'll get that out to SJC. NorCal approach 65710, requesting IFR from Salinas to San Jose.
That's 65710, NorCal departure, the altitude leaving.
We're 44 for 5.
That's 65710, radar contact, and clear to San Jose Airport via the San Jose VOR direct to maintain 6,000.
All right, that's cleared to 65710, cleared to San Jose via the San Jose VOR direct, 6,000, 65710.
Bring back correct.
Thank you. All right, SJC direct. Let's go ahead and do that. Flight plan. Yeah, these guys are great. Skipper, honestly, Pilot Edge, dude, I pay, I think, $40 a month for all of the Western United States, and they're super professional. Really, really enjoy what they do, and it's really, really helpful. Let's go ahead and just get rid of this menu here. And delete flight plan. SJC. SJ. C. Cool. And then we are talking about KSJC. Oh, and he cleared us direct, so let's go do that. And that is a desired track of 341. Excellent. Okay. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. And we're going to make sure that it's tracking nav. Looks awesome. We got a few hundred feet to go, so I'm going to slow that climb rate down to 200 feet per minute. Yeah, no, they're real controllers, dude. They're real controllers, and really, you know, they really do it. Yeah. They're either professional controllers in real life, or they're like trainees or whatever, and yeah, it's awesome, man. They do a great job. And then, so we're coming up on 6,000. Put that K. SJC. West Creations, thank you so much for the follow. You are awesome. Welcome to the channel. 6,000 altitude. We're just going missed IFR out of Monterey to San Jose. Yeah, well, the thing about that, Proto, is like, you know, practice makes perfect, you know. So I get it, you know. Same thing with what we're doing here. I mean, this is a stressful situation in the cockpit, and that's the best way to do it. Now, what approach are we going to be doing here? So let's get rid of this and actually take a look at our chart here. Right now, let's actually get rid of that flight plan. Let's expand this a little bit for you guys. We're going to clear that. And then I'm going to say SJC. Direct, and the procedure, the approach into SJC for 12 right, ILS runway 30 left. Let's just do the ILS 30 left, that's okay. Let's go to Clyde. Add to the route, and then we'll just check in with him and let him know like what we want to do. And we're on with NorCal approach 65710, requesting the ILS runway 30 left into San Jose.
65710 to Clyde, expect the approach.
All right, Clyde direct 65710, thank you. Select the approach, 30 left, enter via Clyde. And flight plan, let's go Clyde direct. Boom. And GPS, good. Okay, good. The desired track is 007. Right there. Looks good to me. Looks real good. And we are now Clyde direct. Flight plan. Direct Clyde. Told my instructor to watch you because he wants to get better at instrument radios. Oh, dude, no way. Hey, thank you, Proto. That means a lot, man. That really, really means a lot because, you know, instrument flying, it's some of the hardest flying, and it's something like I do this because I enjoy you guys, and I love teaching, and the IFR, you know, teaching, being a double I is the best thing in the world. And my thing, dude, is if I wasn't doing that, though, I would be like, I would atrophy so easily. And, you know, so it's definitely a win-win situation. I just feel like so privileged and, you know, honored that I can be recommended to, you know, help your instructor, and that instructor can help you, you know, in turn. You could even help your instructor probably, you know. So let's get our 5As going on. 5As are going to be the checklist that we utilize to get ourselves into an airport. It helps us kind of like get ahead, and it gets our mind right in terms of like what are the things that we need to what does it mean to like get our ducks in a row, you know. So the 5As, we got to get the ATIS, altimeter setting, approach brief, avionics, and then aircraft configuration. So the first A is ATIS. Let's get this approach procedure out of our face a little bit. The ATIS is 126.95. We use COM2 for ATIS, 126.95. Yeah, one of the coolest things is when CFI actually stops by and, you know, tries to learn, and a couple of my CFI buddies drop by. We use a mice atom. Oh, what's can you list it there? What's a mice atom? That's something I haven't heard before. That sounds cool. 126.95.
Norman Y. Mineta San Jose INTL Information Alpha. 200 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility 2. Sky conditions 2000 overcast, temperature 15, dew point 11. Altimeter 299A. Arriving runway 30 left, departing runway 30 right. Advise on initial contact you have Alpha.
Alright, cool. Let me just get those temperature one more time. So is anybody in here
Norman Y. Mineta San Jose INTL Information Alpha.
Dew point 11.
200 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility 2.
Alright, cool. ATIS, altimeter setting.
2000 overcast,
approach brief.
Temperature 15, dew point 11. Altimeter 299.
I was gonna ask if anybody in here is doing Scary Video Game October or anything. That's something that I'm doing as well. I'm trying to play some scary video games in October. I've been doing Dead Space 2 and Diablo 2. I've been doing Outlast. Anybody playing any cool video games in here? As in this is a pretty scary video game right here, you know, flying IMC. But now briefing our approach. NorCal approach 120.1 is going to be right here. 120.1. And then we'll get the tower frequency in a second. Ground, the localizer is 110.9. 110.9. Love it. Yeah, Rum Ruffian, and then you got Microsoft Flight Sim. Hey, I hear you. Yeah, one of the things I want to do, actually, I want to say maybe on sometime this week, sometime soon, is do a formation flying community flight in Microsoft Flight Sim. Dude, Zach, mid-air, oh, air-to-air refueling. I gotta do that, dude. Yeah, Zach, we gotta do that formation flying in Microsoft Flight Sim. I'm thinking, dude, we should do it tomorrow. You down for that? I have Revenge of the Lift on Thursday that I want to do. Stop by, for those of you new to the channel, stop by on Thursday, I want to say at maybe 8 p.m. Pacific.
Central Aircraft time Zulu time is now 0600. All pilots control positions are closed. Class Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta airspace procedures no longer in effect. All Everett aircraft operating IFR monitor 122.75. All Everett aircraft for the Bravo Charlie Delta airspace monitor the appropriate advisory frequency. Pilot to resume operations at 1500 Zulu.
Very cool. All right, so then now we're on our own. And I was saying, tune in on Thursday after CDL's stream for a special aerodynamics, like a sci-fi, like nerdy as hell, like lecture. I have a aerodynamics of Star Wars ships PowerPoint. I don't know if it gets nerdier than that. I attempted to discuss the aerodynamic, like some aerodynamic concerns like of Star Wars ships last week, and had to cut it short because of an emergency. But I want to pick it up this week and get it going. Really, really excited to discuss things like ground effect and Luke Skywalker's speeder, or different types of drag with the X-wing, and wing design and shape with the Starfighter from episode 1, and I think it's going to be really, really cool. So and then we'll get into some cool flying on Thursday, so definitely stop by 8 o'clock Pacific time. But I'm thinking tomorrow, Zach, dude, we do that formation flying in South America, and we just have like a chill day. That's what I thought too, man. Proto, those Naboo fighters, like the yellow, like teardrop shaped, like ones. Oh man, super, super cool.
Destination ATIS is 126.
All right, so we can go down to 4,000 right now. TIE Fighter is a perfectly designed aircraft. That was funny. One of the things we were talking about was like the imagine flying a TIE Fighter in a crosswind. Dude. Oh yeah, so let's keep briefing this approach here, you guys. So 110.9, we've got heading bug. Let's go heading. And then CDI will be, actually we can leave the CDI. That's one thing that's cool about this is nav. And then we'll actually tune this to final approach course of 306. And there we go. Glide slope intercept at 2700 ILS, DA of 258, 200 above the ground. Touchdown zone elevation is 57. Missed approach is a climb to 1900. Outbound on the VOR 303 to RTAC and hold. RNAV 1 is required, or radar required, DME required. Looks good. Looks good. Notable terrain either side of the final approach course. We've got our step downs, 4,000 at Clyde, and then Zolop, 36 at Zolop, 32 at Jeans, 27 at Hivik. We're 5,000 for 4,000. Glide slope intercept at 27, and then we'll do this at 120 knots, 637 feet per minute. Mauser approach light type, Pappy off to the left. 257 on the altimeter, 200 above the ground, 2400 RVR, or 1800 with the flight director or autopilot, and to the DA. Approach briefing is complete. And that is the 110.9. We are not getting it yet. Still in a GPS mode. We're 4,005 for 4. Coming up on Clyde. Dude, Zach, so I finished The Shining. That book was friggin' nuts, bro. I never read a book that captured insanity like that book does. And honestly, Stephen King, wow, you know? Like, such a crazy, crazy good writer. That was actually my first Stephen King book. Yeah, did you actually read the book or no? Yeah, The Shining was absolutely nuts. That was bonkers. 4,000, and then Clyde to Zolop is 36. So I'm actually going to slow this descent rate down. Just the movie. Oh, dude, you got to read the book, dude. You got to read the book, man. Zolop is desired track of 306. Right. Shaky Surgeon. I love the name. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel for sure. Zolop 36 at Zolop, and then 32 Ravslukern. Thank you so much for the follow, you guys. Books are always better, films always cut so much out. Yeah, but you know what? I'll bet you with a book like that, I'll bet you that film is dope. And, oops, you know what? We're below altitude to 36. I'll bet you that movie is cray-cray because, you know, that's such... The book reads like a movie, honestly. The way that the book, like, describes and like illustrates this dude's insanity, really, like all three of them are kind of going crazy in this house, or I'm sorry, in this hotel. They're all snowed in like crazy for the winter. Let's see, Zolop, and then 32 at Jeans. It's like cabin fever, you know, but it's this guy's like insecurities and shit that are really like getting to him, and just the hallucinations, and there's like all these like, Zach, are there like a ton of Alice in Wonderland like allusions and like tropes and stuff? They're like all over in the book, like especially in the thick of it, like when he starts going real crazy, and like the idea of going down the rabbit hole, and like garden, and like the garden and the hedges start like, you know, taunting him, and like oh, that's right, that was Kubrick. I forgot about that. Yeah, that it was I was thinking about you, dude. Like that was nuts. That was actually super, super nuts. It's less explicit. Yeah, I was wondering about how they actually would do that. Because it was very vivid in the book. It was very, very vivid that this guy was going insane, or like the scenes where it's like you weren't sure if they were like ghosts or if they were just like, if it was like the evil like essence of the house, but or of the hotel. But it was very, very apparent that like it was more so like what the hotel did was bring out the innate evil like that was in him already. Like this hotel did not make him a bad dude. Like this guy was a piece of shit to begin with. 27 at Hivik. Oh, and actually we're in approach mode. Approach mode, baby. Let's go grab that glide slope. What do you say? Why is the GPS not displaying ILS ident? Let's see, 110.9. I don't think... Oh yeah, that is weird, isn't it? 110.9. Yeah, it's not coming in right here. That's odd. But we got no flags. We're in approach mode. So I don't know. But I do know that we are tracking. We're tracking straight. We're on glide slope. We've got a solid vertical stabilized descent. You know, we positively ID'd the ILS, or the localizer rather. Yeah, I mean, it looks good to me. We're on that approach course, that final approach course of what was that? 306? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks good to me. Coming out. Taking it down to 257. Yeah, it could be a bug. I think it is a bug. This is when he actually would switch us over to the tower, and we'd say we are full stop, runway 30 left, clear to land. I believe I have the field in sight, actually. You guys might as well. Yeah, there's the field in sight right there. Someone's getting chased by the cops. The cop is... See that? Oh, wait. It was gone. There he goes. See the cop right there? Ooh, someone's in trouble. Nah, I could, but
2 mile final runway 30.
I think I'm good. I'm actually gonna... slow this thing down. About a dot above glide slope. I do really like having that that foreflight for you guys. It's pretty
500.
cool. Pretty cool to have that on the screen. You can kind of get that picture. You know, it's pretty awesome on those like IFR days. Looking pretty good. Just trying to move my way over there on the left. All right, flaps. We're gonna go partial. Whoop. We're gonna go partial flap. Speed, man, speed. What is going on? Yeah, dude, Skipper. It's like, it's all good, buddy. It's all good, man. Very nice. Very nice. So that was pretty cool, man. We, I think it's been a while since I have actually diverted due to weather. I thought, but I just like loved like having you guys on and hanging out with you guys. So I thought, why not? And I think right now,
Approaching runway 12 left.
I'm gonna get off of, whoa, I'm gonna get off of this. And dude, it's only 11 p.m. where I'm at, and I don't have a student until later in the day tomorrow. Dude, I think I'm gonna keep the stream going and do some DCS. We did a decent amount of IFR stuff tonight, my friends. Let's keep the party going, dude. Hold up. I say we freaking do it, bro. I'm in the mood, dude. You guys are like beautiful people. I did want to recap though, and just take like a 5. I was just gonna get a quick snack before we jump into DCS, but you know, I did want to say like for let's see, what have we got? We have a great number of people in here, and I just wanted to say that you guys are awesome for joining me on a late evening, and hanging out and giving me the privilege to fly with you guys, and for those of you who are interested in coming back for the educational aspect of it and the ground aspect, like the privilege of being your ground instructor, near or far. Twitch allows us to connect and get that education out there. I mean, it's one thing to flight sim and like kind of do whatever and just have some fun and let loose and stuff, but it's another thing to really, through Twitch and other like this streaming service, like go on and seek to educate yourself, to further your knowledge, to further your appreciation for flight sim and further your appreciation for aviation in general. And who knows, like maybe even like by watching me, or it sounds like some other awesome flight instructors on here that can turn you on to aviation education. Like maybe you go to your nearest airport and you get a discovery flight going for yourself. So for that, thank you for the opportunity to have a hand in your your appreciation for aviation. You guys are awesome. And now the one thing, I'm just going to take a 5 really quick to grab a quick bite. I'm going to leave the stream going. But I do want to encourage you to, if you haven't already, all of this information, you can watch a lot of my videos. They're archived and they're over on my my YouTube page as well, Clipped Wing Pilot. And the ground material that I bring, even my experience that I bring to the sim, comes from real life experience. 900 hours total time, coming up on just under 600 hours of dual given in airplanes, and 100 hours IFR. These are some serious times, experience that I've paid for time and money. So any help that you can give, whether it's donation or sub, to keep the channel going and just show your appreciation for the material. I put all this material together myself, so I'd really, really appreciate that, to help to just kind of, keep it going. So let me take a quick break. I'm going to be back in a few minutes, and I'll see you guys in a second for some DCS working through the F-18. Should be fun. You guys can hang in the meantime. You can hang with Tangles, the octopus back there. friends. I am all fueled up. Dude. Just put away first time here. Love what you're doing with the GA instruction from a pro. Dude, would like to ask, how do you manage to fly with just one arm? Most of us struggle with two. Skipper, you know, thank you so much, dude. First of all, I am so uplifted and energized by you you know, saying that in that you enjoy the channel. That means a lot to me. Wow, and everybody is still here, dude. That's rad. Time for F-18, you know what I mean? Time for F-18 time. But I did want to say, Skipper, dude, thank you so much. That means a lot to me because, you know, flying is something that I wanted to do since I was 8 years old, dude. Like, I just sent a video to my girlfriend of Chuck Yeager's Ace, or what is it, Flight Combat Simulator from 1993 or something like that. I know that I was like 7 or something when I played it, and I think it was like 1994 or something like that. I forget, but Dragon is the one troll that I will keep in here. That is what I will say. That Dragon, were you in here when the flat earthers were in here earlier? That might have been before your time, but that did happen earlier. That shit was nutty. But yeah, Skipper, I wanted to be a pilot since I was a kid, and you know, like, I started in flight sim. Like, I remember Microsoft Flight Sim Windows 95 was my first one, and like, dude, I'm talking about like lining up, you know, a couple chairs behind my computer seat and like flying like stuffed animals around in like the Learjet and pretending to be flying charter and stuff. Like, it's something it's like I've been passionate about since like a very young age. And so, you know, over the years, the thing is, man, is I gave up on my dream of flying for a lot of my early, like, at my adolescence and my teenage years, because I was like a horrible student through school, you know. But and so I didn't think I was smart enough, and I didn't think you know, I knew pilots had to be, you know, studious and stuff. I didn't know how to study. And it's actually my arm. What happened with my arm was a spinal cord injury from a motorcycle accident, and that spinal cord injury changed me. You know, that it's because of my spinal cord injury. Oh, dude, Dragon, it was funny for like a lot of reasons, and I thought they were joking, but I had to actually like ban them because I was like, no, you guys are actually serious. And honestly, that's fine if people want to have different thoughts or whatever. Like, I don't think that that's okay, because certain things like are harmful to a scientifically literate society. Like, that is harmful, you know, like, it's not okay to have your own opinion on that, you know, in my opinion. So, but they were just like trolling, you know, and like they were just like really out of control with it. So I was like, bye, bitch. But yeah, Skipper, so it's actually because of my arm that I'm able to fly. Like, it's because of my one arm that the changes happened within me that made me a better student, that made me a harder worker, a better thinker, a better problem solver. Because everything is with one hand. You have to plan everything out. You know, have to be really thoughtful and mindful and present-minded in everything that you do. And so being a spinal cord injury survivor and an amputee, like, changed my life for the better. Best thing that ever happened to me, for sure. Best thing that ever happened to me. And I got my shit together, like, had to, you know, learn how to think. I had to learn how to learn. And it basically, long story short, I ended up making it through school and graduating college. And from college, from graduating college, I you know, got a job that allowed me to actually pursue my childhood dream of flight training. And so every step along the way was really tough, but, you know, through flight sim, a lot of practice, and just staying with it. Sticking with it. dude, you can absolutely figure it out. And that's why I instruct, because I know what it's like to be a struggling student, and I know, you know, the things that I had to overcome are not unique to me. The way that I had to do it is unique to me, but all of the struggles are exactly the same. We all have to learn how to land. We all have to learn how to trim. We all have to learn how to be organized in the cockpit, how to communicate, how to problem solve. We have to learn systems, you know, and I have a unique perspective that I like to bring to flight instruction on workload management, you know, and stress management, and working with the plane's inherent stability, design stability features, you know, and how do you, you know, put the plane in a configuration, you know, flaps, trim, power, you know, power and pitch wise, to get the airplane to do what you need it to do, right? And fight this airplane 0%, right? We cannot be fighting this airplane at all. Airbus 737, thank you so much for the follow. So I have a unique perspective on the need to figure it out, like, so to speak, like figure it out, because you know, like, I cannot be if I'm fighting the airplane. The problem is like, once I take my hand off to use the radio or use the trim or whatever, or get a pen that I dropped or whatever, the plane wants to pitch on me. So I always have to be in harmony with the airplane, with the power and the pitch relationships and trim. One practical technical answer to your question is I trim for what the plane's about to do. So like, I'll like add power or reduce power, but I'll trim first. You know, I'll trim for the power that I'm about to put in, and then it evens out, you know. Or like, I'll like, let's say I'm in like a takeoff, right? So I'll take off, like if I'm in a heavy airplane and I have like 10 degrees of flaps, take off with the 10 degrees of flaps, maybe a little, like a hint of nose up trim, full power right down the runway, and the airplane lifts off. Maybe no trim if it's depending on where the CG is or whatever. So flaps, you know, lift the airplane off the ground, right? And the airplane starts pitching, and it's holding that, you know, that VY pitch attitude. So what I'll do is keep the power where it's at. I'll do a little bit, like a half a swipe of nose up trim, and then go flaps up, because I know that the airplane wants to pitch up, right, from that nose up trim, but then it also wants to pitch down for the flaps retracting, and it ends up evening out, right? But I trimmed first. If I don't trim first and I just do flaps first, the nose comes down and I got to hold it off like this, and you know, the heavier that it gets, you know, and I eventually have to let go of the controls to go do the flaps, or I'm sorry, or have to let go of the controls to do the trim. But as soon as I let the controls go, because I didn't trim first, the nose comes down, and I have to trim and then save it. You know, you can't fly like that. It feels like shit for your passengers, and it's just not clean, you know. So it's really, but thinking systematically and chronologically like that is a direct product of being an amputee and being a spinal cord injury survivor, where that's how I have to wash my dishes, dude. Like, that's how I have to tie my shoes. Like, that's how I have to clip my nails, like, on this hand, you know. So I incorporate that systematic flying and that sequential thought processing, like in sequence. You just think that, you know, you have to really think about what are the exact, like, series of steps, and I try and introduce that into my flight instruction with my students. All right, guys, let's get some DCS going, dude. Dragon, hey man, I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, just, you know, just being on top of trim. And dude, Harry, what's up, dude? What's going on? Huxians, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Great to have you. And Skipper, those sound like techniques every pilot should be using. Food for thought. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the thing, man. That's why I flight instruct. Because that's absolutely flight skills that every pilot should be. And I realized that pretty early. Now, see, I didn't start off like that. I didn't start off with flying with one hand. Because now I do, like, I even fly single pilot IFR like that, you know, with no, with one arm. But when I first learned and I was doing, like, my private, I had a prosthetic arm. Yeah, Andrea Bocelli. Absolutely, dude. That dude is powerful. He's a powerhouse. All right, guys, let's now here's the thing is I could do DCS training, one of the greatest singers ever, been blind. Oh, yeah, that's a really good point. I see what you're saying, like, you know, yeah, no, my pleasure, Skipper. Yeah, dude, I mean, you hear about, like, Beethoven, you know, being deaf. It's like, what? You had to imagine, you know, like, the music and, like, dude, what? What does that even mean? Okay, guys. So let's try some of these training missions, dude. Introduction to basic controls, cold start. Let's do HSI overview, TACAN, DCS audio super loud. Oh. Zach, thanks a lot, dude. Thanks for letting me know. How's that, Zach? Wait, Dragon, Beethoven used to put his head on the floor? Are you serious? To feel the vibrations? Dude. I really hope that that's true. Oh my god, that's like the most beautiful thing I've ever, like, heard. That's amazing, dude. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna go... yeah, cold and dark, F-18. And then what I'm gonna do is pull up a YouTube video. Over here. Yeah, Dragon, that's beautiful. I never heard that. I've always wondered, like, what the F, you know? Man, you guys, dude, 41 subscribers, 209 followers. That's amazing, dude. We still got 31 folks in here. That's just, I started streaming like 2 months ago, dude. This is like, it's an amazing experience to be able to hang with you guys in this like space. And help each other, be kind to each other. So I gotta block those fuckers, dude, from earlier. DCS F-18 tutorial. I've been watching like the DCS F-18 tutorial. No nonsense beginner's guide. Let's do it.
Cole, he's my miracle child. So how does your miracle child get killed?
Okay.
Hey everyone. Today I wanted to give a quick no-nonsense tutorial for DCS World's FA-18. Just going over the basics to get the plane started, turn the radar on, start locking some targets up. And
oh, you know what? And I need to adjust my thing here.
There are a ton of systems, even in this early state, that you can go through.
Still can't believe those guys were serious. Dude, I was just gonna say the same exact goddamn thing, dude. I thought
basics of the plane are quite simple because
that they, you know, they were gonna let off and be like, imagine if we really believe that. I'd be like, man, you guys are good.
All this stuff here in the cockpit and be a little bit intimidated by the controls that really you don't need to ever bother with to actually have fun with the plane. So to start out,
yeah, that was wild, dude. Sadly, I have run into the flat Earth crowd before. So crazy, dude.
First is obviously going to be all of the different axes you need. So over here, need pitch for the pitch of the plane. Roll.
Okay, so. I'm gonna like try and organize my screen here so I can watch this YouTube. And damn, how am I gonna do this? Oh, I think I know. Red herring arguments about semantics to make irrational leaps that deny. The thing is like it's not a balanced like view. It's just like this relentless like hyper irrational skepticism, and it's like borderline cynicism. Where they're not really interested in truly understanding like any point of view, like what the real point of view is. They're really just about, hey, I'm just asking the important questions, man. I'm just asking questions. Like, at least I think for myself, and I'm not a sheep like you, you know, believing everything that you hear or read in the textbooks. It's just like, wow, dude. Wow.
Obviously, rudder. If you have pedals, this is great. If not, hopefully your joystick has a twist function that works just as well. And if not, you can employ buttons because generally, even in...
okay, so this guy, it's absolute cynicism, a denial of all probable facts, and it's a mental... Dude, absolutely.
Should absolutely map to a...
Okay, what does this guy say I have to map? Let's see.
There are a ton of systems, even in this early state, that you can go through and learn. But overall...
All right.
The actual basics of the plane are quite simple because a lot of things are automated. That being said, some people can go and look at all this stuff here in the cockpit and be a little bit intimidated by the controls that really you don't need to ever bother with to actually have fun with the plane.
Okay.
So to start out, let's go over some controls that I believe you should absolutely map to a joystick if you can. First is obviously going to be all of the different axes.
Yeah, Dragon, go for it. You want to post it in the Discord or you want to post it here? Sorry, I'm gonna alter these controls like this guy's suggesting that I alter real quick.
You need. So over here. Need pitch for the pitch to the plane, roll, obviously, rudder. If you have pedals, this is great. If not, hopefully your joystick has a...
This is the exact video I wanted to start too. Oh, are you talking about the one that I'm watching or Dragon?
Twist function, that works just as well. And if not, you can...
And I want to make sure actually that, let's see, pitch up. So I should be able to do, oh, wait, is this... Hold up. Oh, you know what? I don't... Yeah, because the plane's not on, so the hydraulics probably aren't working.
Employ buttons, because generally, even in... once you're in the air, you don't need to mess around with the rudder all that much. Especially for just kind of flying around and getting the basics of everything. You also need to map thrust. I have a split throttle and
Oh yeah, no, he's saying that I think I have to map this here. So aircraft pitch up on the sim yoke, pitch down and pitch up. So pitch down, can I add? Is that how to do it? Key button, modifier. I'm so confused. Add modifier maybe? Double click and then move the control. Well, I did double click here. Yeah, no, I'm moving the axis, dude. I'm moving the yoke forward and aft. Let me try that again. See that? Like, I see what you're saying. Like, double click, you know? Like, I have the yoke right here, and then I double click right here. Click once on the key and then do it. Okay. Yeah, see? So, let's see here. Axis assign, maybe. Head tracker. Axis, right? Yeah, so everything's cool, man. We've got the pitch. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So there's pitch. There's roll. Thrust. Oh, and then we have pedals here. Rudder. Good. Thrust is there. Double click in to get into it, and then in the menu key to move it. Yeah. Now I do want to see what else he has me do. Because I mean, like, flaps, you know. Double click from here and move. The axis will hook you up. Now, that's the other thing. So the axis is good. And then we just need... I'm just going to say okay. But I do need, like... Okay, cool. Let's see what this guy says. So thrust we got.
With one axis, but if you do have a split throttle and want to map left and right, you are able to do that. And then you have wheel brakes. Because I have pedals, I'm able to.
Oh,
use
wheel
axis
brakes.
here. But if you just have one axis you might want to use, you can just map one, or a button works just as
Cool.
well.
Wheel brake left, wheel brake right. Love it.
Again, you're generally not using this very often, so if you don't have an axis for this, that's totally fine. Let me run back to the all here. So, obviously you do need to have a trigger. So you need to have gun trigger.
Okay, gun trigger. Let's make sure I got that. Gun trigger. That, I want... Okay, cool. The drop down for search is the upper leftish. Yeah, I think I got it now. Yeah, upper left. Yeah, I got it. It's just, I'm just like the layout, you know. So gun trigger. Okay, we're good.
Second D10, that's when you need. This also, it says gun trigger, it also fires missiles.
Okay.
So that's why you want to have that. Depending on whichever weapon you have selected is what that's for. Basically, can be considered your air-to-air trigger.
Okay.
You also should map, if possible, your weapon selects here.
Weapon selects.
So here we have select AMRAM, select gun, select Sidewinder, select spare. If possible, put this on a hat on.
You just drop down for search upper leftish where you were. In search you can type word search. Yeah, it's all good though. So select yeah, AMRAM, gun, Sidewinder, Sparrow. Okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. Oh, dude, these are what I think I already
If not, I would suggest, because the default keyboard binds are weird, I would suggest
Dude,
just
DMS, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
the default.
I'm just mapping my my controls here
in my opinion, because they only do master mode air to air.
for DCS. So I think I'm gonna like rework these. AMRAM. So first of all, let's do gun. Right, throttle designator, controller up. Throttle designator, controller. Don't forget to change category in game for streaming. Oh, dude, yeah. So for that, do I change it right now? Like, I actually don't know how to do that, to change category in game for streaming. So I do that right now. So I'll go to Twitch and then I go to the stream manager, right? And then I can go to edit stream info and I just like change it right now. That won't change it for the whole thing, like for the whole stream. Like, in other words, so like for the first 5 hours, like it's 4 hours and just right now. No way. Okay, cool. So I'll just change like the title. So what will that do? Will that actually create like a chapter or something? Like will there be a separation there? Like in the total export, you know? Like I want to title it, you know, DCS F-18, let's say, and category will be DCS World, and then it'll be titled The Last Thing, I think. Yeah, see, I don't want to do that. I definitely want to. I think what I'll do is just leave it the way that it is right now, and then I'll go back in the last thing that you streamed. Yeah. I know that in post, like when I'm done with the stream, I can create chapters and what things were what, but right now I'm not too worried about it. So for these, I want to get rid of these actually, or I think. Let's see here. Sparrow. Oh, here we go. I see. You can restart the stream and that will fix the VODs. Well, yeah, but see, if I restart the stream, if I stop and restart, then everybody is out of here, right? I don't want to lose the 30 people or whatever that are in here. For real? Really? If we stay here? So if I stop streaming, I could swear, dude, that stopping streaming makes the viewers go. In Slobs, just stop. In Slobs. Oh, in OBS, just stop and restart. We all still be right here. Okay, cool. Let's try it. So in that case, I'm gonna I'll stop it and then change the name, and then let's do it.